Hello. It says we are live.
We shall see.
Hello into the abyss, because no one's here yet.
Good.
Ooh.
No, it's bad.
Hello, other Francis.
Oh, we are live.
I hope you know when I say that it's all love. It's just because I have a Francis here on the panel. Hello.
Yeah, the notifications started rolling through, so we're good.
Yay! Hello, and welcome to another On the Scare with Sweet and Spooky. How is everyone? I am here today with Melissa, my co-host, and my lovely patrons, Andy, Shaim, and Francis. Today, we are talking about horror movie scenes that affected us the most. So everybody here in the chat, feel free to comment some of yours as well. I am sure we are going to have similar ones. There are only so many horror movies, right?
I'm only talking about The Exorcist.
Were
we supposed to have more than one movie? I plan on.
We expected that.
I plan on 3 hours. A 3-hour-long commentary.
One Exorcist moment in there.
Hello, Mike. Hello, Mike and Kitty. The kitty. I forgot the cat's name. Mike, how are you? How is the cute kitty? Hi, Larry. You're always here. We love you.
What's up, Larry?
How you doing? Is everyone ready to party with us?
Yes.
I've got my drink handy. I'm ready to go. Let's hope I don't get too bombed today. Oh, what did you make?
The perfect one. Oh, my go-to, my little peach crown royale and the little iced tea.
Oh. She said.
I might as well just make that my signature drink.
My go-to.
My go-to, my regular. My signature drink. I'm glad to hear it, Larry. I love that. That makes me very happy. We love having two Francises here present.
My guy.
Hello. I don't think I've ever seen you at a stream before. Hello. How are you? Okay. I don't know how I want to start this. I don't know, who should go first, What did I do last time, Melissa? Who started for? It was me.
Right? Yeah, I think last time we went in order. Yeah, we started with.
We did. What would I do without Melissa? She remembers everything. A godsend. Oh my gosh. 12 people. Hello, beautiful people. For new people joining today, we're discussing horror movie scenes that affected us. Comment yours in the chat. I love being doing a stream where I don't normally stream. So this all feels very bizarre. My setup right now is 2 chairs. One chair is holding a light. This chair is holding the laptop. There's a light over there. There's a light up here. There's a lot going on.
It feels weird looking at that room from the opposite end. I was just there.
Oh, that's right. You were just here.
It's so trippy. I'm my brain, it cannot comprehend it right now.
But you did bring a little something spooky with you. Put a little pink ghost.
I had to bring it because we have to keep the sweet and spooky vibes, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's go.
There's a travel version of Sweet and Spooky, so wherever she goes.
Sweet and Spooky on the road.
You can buy this today on Amazon. No, this is not sponsored. I wish I
That's
was.
That's what she brings to away games when she has to visit other schools. She brings a little ghost.
For new people here, check out me and Melissa right now. Look at everyone! I'm wearing my favorite villain. Don't you guys know this is my favorite guy?
See, it started out as a joke, but now it's become real.
Yeah,
you really do love Jason.
I'm all about the guy in the hockey mask. Fuck that. No, I'm not. Why is Jason on everything that's cool? Come on. We can't even get Ghostface on here. Like, Ghostface would have made this look way cooler. I mean, am I right?
I can work.
I'm right. That's it. I'm right. I'm not taking any questions.
The only reason Jason's on everything is because his trademark is a thing you could buy anywhere and is impossible to trademark
Disaster.
because it's a piece of sports equipment.
Oh my god, that's true. Yes, actually, Michael Myers would look
That
great
would
on
look
here.
great,
I would very much approve that. He's my favorite.
Would've worked perfectly.
Hello. See some new people here. Hello, Chris. How you doing?
That's my buddy Chris.
Oh, cool. He looked familiar to me. How are you tonight?
That's what he looks like.
Oh yeah? You're just like, is this a fox?
Little fox.
He's a little drawing.
Okay. So I think because last time I started this, we're going to start with Francis, who I'm sure is very nervous to be starting.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No pressure, Francis.
Dreaded word.
Francis, don't screw this up. It's
Listen.
so important you get this right. You're gonna
No,
set the
no,
tone for the
it's
whole
okay.
show.
We're gonna work on this together. So
We'll
it's
build it up.
okay, Francis. There's no pressure.
Set the bar low is what I'm going for.
Well, yeah, Larry.
Yeah.
Hello, Francis. You will go in 1 second. Oh, everyone's cheering you on.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Yes, we are. We're reliving horror movie traumas. Yeah. Oh, I should have named it that. No, we have a sex bot.
Oh my
Hold on.
God,
I'm gonna block it.
Jesus.
Okay.
It's like tradition at this point.
Melissa, how do I make you a mod?
They're showing up earlier now. Though.
Great question.
People are like, are you just having personal conversations? No, really, I don't know how to make Melissa a mod here. Error occurred. Can everyone still see this bot?
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
It's not going
all
away for
this
me. Oh, wait.
Yeah, most of them disappeared except for one on my end.
Genuine question. How does one make someone a mod on StreamYard? If anyone here in the chat knows the answer to that, let me know.
It's showing it was
I
blocked.
think it's
I don't know.
gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
see on my end, I only see one of them blocked and then the other one is showing up. So that's weird. Oh, good. It's gone in the chat. Okay, cool.
Sweet.
Thank you. Hello, beautiful human. Wish you were here. Good luck on your 18-hour crazy shift.
Oh,
You are here in
Damn.
spirit.
holy.
What the
We
fuck?
love you. Yeah, my man's going through it.
Damn. Andy, my glass. I don't wear glasses when I do the live stream. I prefer to not be able to see what's going on than have a
wow.
glare on me all the entire time.
That's kind of scary. You can't see anything?
No, I can see stuff. Come on.
I'm just kidding.
Wait,
Just
who's
like-
Hello. God. Do you know who you're talking to?
Shaheen?
God. Ah, beauty.
What's the topic? The topic is horror movies that affected us. So basically just reliving our horror movie trauma.
Or like anything, right? I mean, you said like it could be anything that affected us in
Yeah.
a way.
Yes, it could be anything. It could be a
'Cause I don't-
performance, it could be a super scary, it could be a super emotional scene.
Or a very satisfying scene.
Love that. Yes, Andy. Literally everything. Oh my gosh.
The sexy. Someone read that to me. I can't read it.
Shut the fuck up, Andy. All right. Let's go to lovely, lovely Francis.
Oh no. Right. So I actually rewatched. It's sort of two scenes from this film,
Mhm.
and I rewatched it today, and I'm so glad I did because it is fucking terrifying. And the film is Audition. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yes! Are you talking about Takashi Miike's audition?
Yeah.
Yeah,
From
Francis!
99. I love Audition so much, and I had only seen it the once until today, and I sort of had it in mind because we're thinking of a sort of a big scene. You think of the end scene, the sort of torture sequence at the end, but so there's that, but also the scene where Asami like vomits in a bowl
Oh,
and feeds
yeah.
it to that guy. I hate vomit, and
Yeah!
I can't be doing with that. That one, that
Oh,
scene
God.
is
I tried to put that out of my
horrible.
mind, and you just brought
Yeah,
it back.
it is, and it's that scene in particular is it is it's the fact that the guy, for the sort of guy in the bag, he like is so eager to lap that up, which indicates that, I'm so sorry, it's so grim to talk about, but it shows that, I don't know, that the fact that his sort of mind and existence has been degraded to such a point where he is actually asking for that. I don't know, terrifying. But then, of course, the big sequence at the end, and I think I know Audition is loved by like Eli Roth and the like, but I know, Steve, you probably know I'm not the biggest fan of Eli Roth, as you know. I don't think you
Oh,
are either.
neither am
But
I.
I think what
We could talk
I
about
think
that.
what Eli Roth, yeah, what Eli Roth misunderstands about Audition is that slow burn that beautifully earns that final scene. That final scene only works because it's preceded by the build up. And I think Eli Roth, no disrespect to the guy, but personally for me, the films I have seen, they don't earn those scenes. So I think
100%.
that's why that scene is so effective. And I think what's also interesting about the final torture scene is that it's actually nowhere near as graphic as you may remember it. It's only when you actually watch it you realize a lot of it is actually implied. Like there's the sort of the needles going. I think it's like underneath the eye or something, but you don't actually see them go in. You see a lot of it as like not a point of view shot, but you see Asami's reaction to performing these acts of torture. You don't actually see them inflicted for a lot of it, but it feels like you do because it is terrifying, and it feels a lot more graphic than it is. Not to say it isn't graphic. So yeah, for me, Audition is those two scenes from Audition are they're fucking terrifying, and I think I was surprised how scary I found Audition even on the second go. Like, because normally I'm not that disturbed. I mean, we love horror. We watch so much of it. We're probably so desensitized. But finishing Audition, I was so unsettled, and going through it, I was truly unsettled, and I felt it for a long time afterwards. So yeah, I love Audition, and I think absolutely deserves a place on this little list thing.
Yeah,
100%.
that's a good one to start off.
That's so good and so well said. I agree with everything you said.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, I'm not prepared. And then you come through with this like amazing thesis.
Full analysis.
It's
Thank you.
incredible.
Well, there you go.
We love Francis here. What an icon. Eli Roth is like the frat boy dude, bro, of oh my god, you fucking
my
said it.
God. Literally
You
what it
fucking
is,
said
yeah.
it. I'm sorry, I don't hate Eli Roth or anything. There's no personal gripe. Just the movies are bad. Oh my
They're
god.
very frat boy.
To speak, I'll say one thing about Eli Roth. I recently rewatched Knock Knock because I was like, I wonder how well this held up. And I shouldn't have done that to myself. But I was in the mood for a Keanu Reeves movie, and he's like, I don't know if you guys have this, but I have certain actors that are like my comfort actors.
Oh,
And he's
absolutely.
like one of those for me. So immediately if I'm stressed and I see Keanu Reeves, I'm like, I'm happy, right? So I watched this movie and I'm like, holy shit, this is like a lot worse than I thought. Like there was a point in time where I thought that that movie was good, and that's an embarrassment. No, it's like actually embarrassing. The final scene when like Keanu Reeves and like I guess spoilers if you haven't seen Knock Knock from like 2014, you don't need to see it. The final scene, Keanu Reeves is like in the dirt and he's like yelling at Ana de Armas and Lorenzo Izzo, and he's like, "You wanted it, and it was free pizza." And I'm like, "What?" And he goes on this monologue about free pizza, meaning like free sex, because they like wanted to have sex with him. And I'm just like,
Oh my god.
this is like so written by like a white man who just doesn't understand sex or women or anything. And thank you, Eli Roth, for this eye-opening film.
Thank
It's one of
you,
those films
Joel.
where you don't know if it's meant to be funny, but it really isn't.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah, it's
I-
not camp, it's just bad.
it's terrible. I love Keanu and I love Queen Anna.
We love
But
Anna.
even with my love for those two legends,
Ooh.
that film, I will not be
awful.
venturing to it again.
Not
And that is
only
saying
that,
something.
it looks like shit. What's up
It's
with that?
filmed very poorly.
The beginning of the film looks like a novela, like just a soap opera. Like, what's that? I mean, it was 2014, but like there are movies from 2014 that look good. So what's your excuse, Eli? Like you had money.
Bro, Eli Roth.
It looks terrible.
For the record, 2014 was not that long ago, right?
It wasn't
like,
that long ago.
That's like the last time I saw a movie was 2014. So that's not a long time ago,
Shut
right?
up, Andy. Oh, is this about Eli Roth? We love it. Yes, we love Francis. Oh, awesome. That makes sense.
Oh, that's a good one. Robin Williams is a good one.
Those two
Robin
are some
Williams for
good.
sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm off my Eli Roth rant.
Sorry, I think that was my fault.
No, that was awesome. I love talking about this kind of stuff.
That's a good one, yeah.
The scene in Saw when Amy jumped into the pit of dirt.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Wait, is
Oh.
her name Amy? Amanda? Is that Amanda?
Amanda.
Okay, Amanda. Yeah, Amanda.
Oh, Amy
Yeah.
for sure.
I do remember that scene. That scene is really disgusting. I'm actually really afraid
lot
of
of people
needles
hate
and
that.
like getting my blood taken out. So that was giving me the ick for sure.
That was such a weird way to say that. I'm afraid of getting my blood taken out. Like, yeah, depending on the way you do it, me too.
Andy, don't criticize me. I will kick you out.
Oh,
Just kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I appreciate this recommendation.
Oh no.
Okay, so I have no gripe with Peter Jackson. Okay, love Dead Alive, but the other film, about like the puppets. What the fuck is it
We
called?
gotta do it
Meet
for
the
Dave.
Feebles.
Oh my
You
god.
gotta name drop it.
Meet the Feebles.
The Feebles.
Fuck that shit. Okay, so I don't know. I'm a little scared about bad taste. I don't know if I want to see it. I don't
There's gonna
know.
be another Meet the Feebles.
The poster has me kind of scared. So, we love you too.
Aw.
Thank you. You're so sweet. I hope you get through your night. That's okay, Larry. Don't worry. Amy's close enough, right?
Amy could be short for Amanda.
Oh, I love it. Oh my god, I love that line. I love Paquita so much.
Yeah.
Your mother ate my dog.
and then he says,
the
not all
best.
of it. It just that makes it better. Oh God, that's maybe my favorite movie. I don't know.
She
It's
is
close.
the best. All right, Shaheem. Do a little song for you. I'm excited. Let's hear it, Shaheem.
So I have to take this back to my childhood, which I'm
Let's
basically
do
taking
it.
all of my choices back. Yeah, because all these things that I've seen have all been through my childhood, not my current life. So all these things you guys are gonna hear from my childhood, which could also lead to nightmares. So this is like a therapy stream for me,
Serious. Okay.
to say the least.
I love it.
When you
So
said
I
these
have
are not
to-
from my current life, I'm like, he's
Yeah,
going
this is
into
not
past
like-
lives
I'm going
to
to
find
the
scary
past.
movies. Holy shit.
Yeah,
This is going to be a
but I
therapy
have
session.
to. Yes, it is. Yes, it
I
is.
love it.
All right, so I have to take it back to Michael Jackson's Thriller, and I have to count this
Oh.
because it is a short film, as it is a music video. So as I was watching the beginning of that video when I was like a I had to have been like 5 or 4 when I seen this, and I remember sitting on the couch, watching it on the television, and the werewolf scene, that werewolf transformation, in the very beginning of the video, it scarred me. And him like just running, Michael as the werewolf just like running through the forest, it just like
Yeah.
it's a burning image that to this very day still creeps me out. Even though it's goofy and funny, it still is scary. It still holds up to be scary. Um, and I remember actually having a nightmare that I was mimicked in the position of Ola Ray's character, who witnesses Michael's transformation, and I was basically from her POV basically. And so I remember just running away from the werecat Michael as he's chasing me. I'm just looking back, and all I see is just like this burning imagery of him just running out with his cat claws up in front, just chasing the crap out of me. And I just woke up after watching the video, just terrified, and also hearing Vincent Price's rap as I'm being
Yeah.
chased in the process. So it's like it was a whole lot of things going on from that nightmare that was just from that one scene in the video. And the funny thing is, I wasn't as scared from the zombies as I was that werewolf transformation, because the zombies, it was creepy, but just hearing Vincent Price's rap and then
Mhm.
that werecat scene, it just mixed together because those two were the scariest ones for me from the video. And so I just like woke up and was like, "Oh my god!" But I still love watching the video anyway.
Oh, it's
After I
iconic.
had
Oh,
Yeah, after I had the nightmare, I just went and watched the video again. I don't know why, but I just did it just to get over my fear of the video. It was fun, but it was scary. So yeah. So that's my first pick.
Love that. That's really good. That's unique too.
Yeah. Like I said, I had to take it all the way back to the beginning. But I'll definitely get
That's
into
a-
more of the official horror movie territories and nightmares too in the process. So yep. So that's my first pick. Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Nice.
That's a great one, actually, because I had
Good
the
one, yeah.
exact same situation happen to me when I was a little kid. I watched that movie, and it is fucking terrifying.
Yes.
And again, it's not the zombies, because the zombies start dancing, and like, as soon as you start dancing, you are not a monster that I am afraid of anymore.
Yeah.
Especially if
like
you're
that just
dancing you're coordinated.
Yeah.
But like if you're line dancing as a monster, I'm not scared of you anymore. If you're doing the electric slide as a monster, I am not scared of you anymore. But his werewolf look was fucking scary.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it was like
The
top
eyes,
tier
too.
special effects for the time. It was a full blown movie. Yeah, no, great video. It's actually his transformation. It was scary to a little, just like I think I was like 5, 6. I don't know when that video came out, but I saw it pretty early on, like everyone else, and it is
Yep.
fucking terrifying. And it's a great song. I listen to it at least once a day because of my 3-year-old. So
Aw, that's so cute.
Yeah. That's
she
cute.
demands it. The Halloween song.
It's the best Halloween song in history. I have to say
No.
that it is.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I love that, Shaheem. That was a great choice. Love that.
Got a lot of werewolf trauma in here.
I know. Hello, Daniel. Welcome. Insidious changed my life. Oh, we may just talk
Ooh.
about Insidious tonight. That is true. Oh, that's a good one. Head crushing scene in Toxic Avenger. That's a good one. That, when I first saw that movie, which if you would like to watch that movie with me for the first time, I did record my reaction to it. And that scene was like, that had my mouth like jaw dropped. I was like, what? The movie is so insane. The clown ambulance hospital scene from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Trauma.
I don't
Pure
remember
trauma.
that, so
No, the amount of times, because I used to love that movie as a kid, and I knew it was coming, but it still scared the shit out of me every time, and I still watched
damn,
it.
Melissa said trauma. Shit is real.
I mean, the scene from Pee-wee's Big Adventure, right? That has all the trauma is Large Marge. I thought,
Well,
like that claymation scene where the lady in the truck turns into a giant monster or a monster face. That scared the shit out of everyone I knew who saw that movie, and we were all very little children. That's a really, really good one.
That's a really good one. I remember
date.
Salem's Lot really did scare me as a kid.
Yeah,
That had me fucked up.
that's a good scene.
Nice. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I've heard good things. Also, welcome, Fire Velocity Films. How are you? Yes, it is. Hello, Dawn.
Don!
Aw, thanks for being here to show your love, Dawn. We miss you.
We do miss you, Dawn.
The chest burster scene in Alien. Oh yeah, that scene is so great. That's iconic.
That was on my list.
Oh, okay. So we're up to you. So go ahead and
Segue.
discuss.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it.
Why?
Oh,
It's on your list.
Okay, fine. We'll talk about that scene. I got a bunch. I hope I don't have too many. No, I got like 10. Is that a lot?
It's okay. I have a bunch
All
too,
right.
and we'll probably have a bunch in common. So
Yeah. If we
it's
don't
whatever.
pick them, who gives a shit? But yeah, Alien. Alien, especially because it's I don't know, maybe not everyone necessarily thinks of it as a horror movie. They think of it as a sci-fi movie, but it's not. It's a horror first and foremost, for sure. The sci-fi element of that movie is incidental to the plot. And that scene that Don is talking about, which we all know super duper well, so we're not spoiling anything. It's one of the most famous scenes in history. Is amazing. And the reason why it's amazing is because everything leading up to that scene is so calm and so ordinary, right? Because everyone's sitting around basically having breakfast. They're just happy that their buddy isn't dying. He's out of his little medical, whatever, his room that they're taking care of him in. And the scene is so quiet, so normal, so basic. It's just a bunch of people sitting around the table. And then when he starts freaking out, there's a genuine sense of, wait, I don't know what's happening, which makes sense because the cast didn't know what was about to happen. Which again, that's movie trivia that probably most of us already know. But if you didn't know, the cast actually didn't know that effect was going to pop off the way it did, and that blood was going to like literally shoot out and hit people in the face. So yeah, that scene is like super crazy effective. It does kind of it sets the tone for that movie, meaning like, oh, this is going to be disgusting, and you're going to be shocked by the things that happen in this movie. But just the fact that it comes out of nowhere when you see that guy hit the table, and all of a sudden something pops out, and the entire cast, you're watching the cast's face react to this thing, which is way worse than the actual effect. What's worse than the monster, the puppet, is you're looking at all of their faces just being like, they're not able to emote. They're not able to actually have a reaction. Like they're having a real reaction, which is scarier than when an actor tries to have a reaction. And the reaction is, I don't know what's happening, and I'm not ready to deal with it. And then the movie really fucking kicks off. So yeah, that scene, again, it's not the blood, it's not the gore, it's not the monster effect. It's the fact that that scene happens and nobody knows how to react to it. And that's the audience. The audience doesn't know how to react to it, because when you first saw that movie, audiences that were not aware of the alien or the little monster, nobody knew that was a thing that we were going to anticipate. So as far as like super impactful scenes in horror movies, that's got to be a top 5. I cannot think of a lot of scenes that really had a bigger impact on the audience at large and myself than that scene. Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm gonna do that so you guys know I'm done talking, because otherwise,
I love that.
It could be, is he taking a breath to talk more, or is he? No, I'm done.
Oh, the suspense.
I'm done. That was enough. As oftentimes, I agree with you, Don, because we both have a lot of movies in common that we love.
Love it. Add the episode of Chucky where he stabbed that cop with the knee. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's really good. I didn't even think of any cool moments from Chucky. Damn, that's a good one though. Okay, Melissa.
Oh no. Where do I even start?
Every time we're up to her, oh no, it's me. I did not know.
What?
It's not
What
like
do you
it's
mean?
not like we're going in
How could I
order.
have known?
I didn't put mine in any particular order, by the way.
Me either.
So just for the record, for everyone to know. Yeah.
I was peer pressured into doing the alien one. I have a whole list of it.
Oh my god.
Celeste made me do that one.
Andy obviously doesn't know how streams work now.
Peer pressure.
Kidding. I kid.
Oh my god, this is a good one. I'm gonna go straight to the Sixth Sense, particularly the little girl.
That's a good one.
The little girl that kept getting like poisoned. Didn't like her mom trying to poison her.
Shut
I remember
when she
the
throws
whole
up.
thing. It's just like the zooming in, and she's like in her little like blankie tent, and then she goes underneath, and she just starts spewing maggots and vomit, and it's just like, I hate it.
That scene is disgusting. Yeah.
Listen, as a child, my blankie was my safe space. So to think that there could be someone hiding under there.
She said, "Not under my blankie, bitch."
That same scene though, later on, they also play on the whole like the hand coming out from underneath the bed. Which is another thing that scares literally every child for no reason. You didn't need to give us a reason to be scared of a hand coming out from underneath our bed, and then you gave us one. Thanks, movie.
That was supposed to be my safe space, and now my safe space isn't even my safe space as a child. Like, it's just as bad as just standing in the room.
Oh my god.
But that one, I can like vividly like remember it, and I hate it so much. No.
That's really good. There was a lot of scenes in The Sixth Sense that fucked me up, but I watched it way too young, so.
I watched that movie not knowing a damn thing about it. That was like, we went out to the theaters to see that movie, and we just showed up at the movie theater to go watch a movie, which is a thing we used to do before we knew what anything was. There was no reviews, there was no trailer that we saw. We saw a movie poster, and it's just Bruce Willis. It's like, oh, I guess he's like a detective. Okay, let's sit down and watch this movie.
I guess he's a detective.
So we had, I mean, you're used to watching Bruce Willis as like a cop.
Right.
So
he's always a cop.
We didn't even know it was a horror movie. And then we sat down and watched that fucking thing. And it literally had a bunch of the scariest scenes I've ever seen in a movie. People shit on that movie. I don't know, because it's shot, they don't like the director, but that is for a ghost story, it's fucking great.
It's really
Fuck
well done.
that. We stand M. Night Shyamalan here on this channel. Bye.
Yeah, that movie fucking rules.
There will be no
The
slander
whole
of M. Night
ending.
Shyamalan.
I will keep
The
my
whole
mouth shut.
ending.
Thanks.
Oh no,
no.
Francis.
There will be no Shyamalan slander.
No shit.
That is the scariest I've ever seen, Celise.
Wow, yeah. I was shaking in my boots. I think Francis is gonna get me booted off the stream. That's gonna be weird.
No, I recognize that there are not a lot of good movies from M. Night Shyamalan. I don't love his entire discography, but I respect him as an artist.
I
That
have
is it.
actually. This is probably like blasphemy, but I have not seen The Sixth Sense.
What?
So
there will be no
yeah.
slander. There
Here I
will be
am out
none.
here complaining because I've only seen the bad ones.
If we spoiled it, I'm sorry. He is not a detective, but that's all you need to know going in.
You know what?
I mean,
glad that
I'm
you said that
pretty
before.
sure I know the big twist, but you know.
Oh no!
I
Are you
know.
sure it's a
That
good one?
sucks.
I know.
Oh, that's like the best
I
one.
feel like that's his best film. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I've heard that from a lot of
Yeah.
people, and I'm sure it is really good. I just never
Yeah.
got around to it, but I have seen The Happening, so
Oh, I'm sorry for
Oh,
you,
no.
babe. I'm
that was my
sorry.
introduction to M. Night
Oh
Shyamalan.
no!
Oh,
What about Signs, Francis? Did you see Signs?
No.
Oh, actually, I like that one
Oh.
too. I think that's a solid horror movie, to be honest.
So we don't discuss The Happening here. Sorry, that one's really not good. Was that like your introduction to him?
Yeah, and I actually
Oh, that's
like
bad.
you just genuinely unlocked a memory, which is going to be my next
No.
next scene to talk
What is
about.
happening?
I love this.
Shaheem is bringing up past lives. Francis is having memories unlocked.
Yes!
This is turning into a therapy session.
Trauma.
this is the best way to wrap this up.
Come on.
Trauma
Let's talk
gang.
about our
No.
trauma gang. Let's do it. Every scene he's okay.
He's not wrong.
Oh,
There's
okay.
scenes in Aliens that
you know
are
what?
great.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Almost
first time
like-
you see him, the first time you see ET scream, that actually is a scary moment.
That is actually, yeah.
Oh, that's a good one, Francis. That's a good one. That scene, I was genuinely like, what the fuck? I like wasn't expecting that at all while watching that movie. I don't know why I didn't think it would go in that direction, like at all. But that was like pretty brutal to watch. I can't like I say this as somebody who's a horror fan and watches like people get murdered all the time. But like I just once we like start like killing like kids,
It's a
I
little
can't.
rough.
It's a lot for me.
Oh, you
I don't
should've
like
really-
that. Yeah.
There's that other movie, The Tigers Aren't Afraid. That's like a Spanish movie. That one, they went in a direction I was not expecting. If you want to see kids go,
I
through
never
it.
seen that one. I don't know.
I mean, does anyone mind spoilers? Because like that scene, I was not expecting that. My jaw dropped during that one. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I want to see that movie, so don't spoil that.
You know what I mean when you watch it, or if you watched it. It's ooh.
The Wind is the best movie slasher ever. The Wind?
He's talking
The
about The
Happening.
Happening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I read this and was very confused. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Maybe I just showed how slow I am. I'm drinking vodka. Thank you.
I mean, The Wind is an unusual slasher, so the confusion makes sense.
I was confused because I thought
The
that he
Wind.
meant like The Wind was the title of like a slasher movie. And I was like, what? Okay. Now we're up to me. Let's see, where do I want to begin? Okay. I'm gonna start with a really basic one because if you've been a viewer of my channel, then you're gonna know what I'm gonna say. So I have the "What have you done to its eyes" scene in Rosemary's Baby, which is the finale.
Ooh.
So this movie is like such a ride, and when I first watched it, I don't really know what I was expecting. I kind of like went in not really knowing what the movie was about. But when she like has that entire scene where she's like in bed and they're like convincing her and like fucking gaslighting her, like, oh yeah, your baby died, like your baby is dead, and she's like, what do you mean? I heard like a baby crying. Like, so whose baby is that? And they're like, oh, these like somebody else had a baby, like, shush, ma'am. And she's like, what? So that entire scene is just so crazy because she's being so manipulated by all these people.
Yeah.
And then she's finally like, fuck this, I'm gonna get up and see what's going on. And she goes in this room, and I guess it's like a shock to her, and then it's a shock to us at the same time when she walks in and she sees like all these people just like hanging out, praising fucking Satan. And she's like, what? And her husband is there. And then she goes up to this like crib and she's thinking it's going to be a normal baby. And then it's like a shock. And then we don't see what the baby looks like. So I feel like that's even more shocking because it leaves like your imagination open. So I love that scene. And her performance is so good. It's so believable that it's like, oh my God, what does it look like? You know? And the way she's like describing the eyes is like, you can only imagine how creepy this baby looks. I just love that scene. It's so effective. Everyone knew I was going to talk about Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, definitely. Rosemary and Her Neighbors, the original gaslighters.
That movie is like, just like a masterclass on like manipulation and gaslighting. Oh, poor Rosemary. Oh my goodness.
That scene of her of just that picture that everyone's familiar with of her like just this like looking down tells you everything you need to know, and that is like that really is amazing acting.
It is because you know she's not even looking at anything, right? Like she's just looking in an empty basket.
And she's but the audience is convinced that she's seeing the worst thing in the world.
Exactly.
Because that expression, that still expression on her face of just being like her eyes are as big as they could possibly be, and she is fucking terrified. God, I agree. That is one of the best scenes, and you don't see a damn thing. It's awesome. It's
great. It's definitely one of those things where it's like the less you show, the better. So I love that. Larry.
Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Sounded really scary, Larry. I don't know, Larry. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of real trauma.
Just like move on from that. Okay. Francis. Hi.
Oh shit. I sort of forgot that the it comes back around.
I thought we were doing one. We're doing one and signing off.
So yeah. You unlocked a memory about the happening. And I know we said let's not talk about the happening. But I'm gonna talk about the happening.
This is great.
So I don't know if you guys remember, but like I think it was one of the first streams, sort of how we got into horror. But I was not into horror as a kid. I hated it. I was terrified. Like, no, I would never watch a horror film. And The Happening, it was on TV when I was at my granddad's, and I was like, I must have been like 8, 9, around that age, I'm guessing. So horror is not for me. I'm an innocent, sweet little boy.
Innocent baby.
Suddenly, everyone, mass suicide, everyone in The Happening on TV.
Right.
And my poor little heart is terrified. I don't know what's going on. I am traumatized. For like weeks, I was terrified, and I completely forgot that I had that memory until we just talked about it then, about that film, which is terrible anyway.
I truly brought up some trauma.
memories.
Yeah, and I didn't know the like what the film was as a kid. I just remember this I guess it was the opening scene, and traumatized. And then I must have tracked it down probably by accident, like a few years later, and watched it, and it was just terrible. So yeah, that was disappointing, I guess. But yeah, that's a story that I've just unlocked about one of the greatest horror films ever to grace our screens.
Yeah, one of the best.
Wow.
I mean,
Oh dear.
masterpiece, chef's kiss.
Yeah. So that's where the Shyamalan bias started.
I love that. I love that I brought up this memory. I'm sorry.
Bringing up core memories from the deep depths of our subconscious.
I do want to go back to this. Larry, I'm so sorry. That's like really awful.
Oh, no.
Very sorry. That sounds very traumatizing.
That's a lot.
We're bringing up everyone's trauma today. Ending in Sleepaway Camp for sure. For sure. I do agree. That like shocked me. Just everything was so bizarre. I was kind of like, what's going on? I was kind of confused. So I was like, what? Like you need a second to really take it in because it's like a lot.
Yeah. That was a movie where I knew it was famous for having a twist ending, but I didn't know what the twist was.
Right.
Like, somehow I avoided, I think because of the nature of the twist, the scene. It doesn't make the same rounds in GIF form the way some things used to do. But yeah, no, that's like, fuck, God. I love that movie for weird reasons. But yeah, that ending really does come out of fucking left field.
It does.
Then even if you think you have an idea which way it's going, you are not ready for the reveal. And like, oh man, this is the scene they're ending the movie on. Holy shit!
Yeah,
this movie has balls.
The weird like pitch scream too while it's like happening. It's like
I
don't like it.
Yeah, and like just like her face, like
that.
It's terrifying. I like, girl, what are you doing? And then it's just like it just stays on her fucking face and ends like that. And I'm like, don't do that. Felissa, stop.
You can see her do that face to this day at every single convention she shows up to.
Oh yeah, I see her do that.
Does that. She did it with me. She does it with every single person, and she's
so cute.
She's awesome. If you ever get the chance to see her, she's amazing.
Oh, I hope. I just like want to be her bestie.
I know. I'm gonna be like, listen, you need to come down to Spooky Empire in Florida just to have an excuse to like meet you, please.
Right?
Grace.
Okay, before we go to Shaheen, I have to pee. So,
potty boy.
This is the pee break for me, and Melissa's gonna hold down the chat. Feel free to tell us some of your scenes in the chat. I'll be right back.
I will say, like you mentioned The Happening, Francis, and we do make fun of that movie for being garbage, but it actually does have a lot of scenes that are supposed to be like really disturbing and shocking because it's a series of people that are effectively committing suicide and they're doing it in the most awful and immediate way they can. So in the trailer, you watch a guy lay down and wait for a lawnmower to run over him. You know, I mean, again, you don't see it, but when you go back and watch the movie trailer for that, it's full of scenes where you're like, holy shit, it's truly shocking and awful scenes to watch. And again, if the movie doesn't have the payoff you want, if it doesn't succeed, if the writing's bad, if the acting's bad, whatever, you have to admit, like the scenes that are like really disturbing are just watching a bunch of people drop everything to effectively end their life. And they do it in awful ways because that's just what's available to them at the time. So it does succeed in that, in being weird and effective. You're not wrong for even bringing that up in this sort of context, regardless of if the movie's good or not.
I remember. I also remember, and again, I didn't know that I remembered this. Just more memories unlocked. But I think I don't. I think it might be what, like, do they Mark Wahlberg, like, they sort of like look after this kid, right? Is that right? But I think the kid's dad. But it doesn't matter. But that some characters, they're in a car, and I think they're like covering all the vents or something so the air can't get in, but then they notice that there's like a tear in the roof or something, and then they kill themselves because they've been like infected with whatever. To this day, I always like fabrics on the top of cars. I don't know, I just sort of, they stick out to me, and I didn't realize that they did until and that it was linked to that scene until just now. But yeah, I remember that as well. There was a lot of scenes that I remember very vividly from that. Yeah,
it's not even a bad idea for a movie. It's basically like, it's been said by others, but it's basically a Twilight Zone episode. It's just like, hey, what if nature just had to get rid of us real quick because we're a piece of shit?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of because that movie ends and then everything's okay. Like, there's no explanation.
Mm-hmm.
There's no winning. There's no success. It's just, oh, it's over now.
But I thought the end was the end not like the ending was, I think it's in like France or something, and the same thing happens again.
Oh no, unless I'm misremembering, the ending was kind of like, oh hey, we're done now, as if whatever force that was being used to kill everyone, it's kind of like, hey, we're done, but just remember, we can do that whenever we want, so maybe think twice before you throw a fucking styrofoam cup out your window next time. Kind of that message, which I like. Again, it's like it has a bunch of really cool things going for it, but it's just, man, he really has a hard time landing these planes sometimes with some of his later movies. But
I remember that, like, it's sort of all chill in the end, but I'm sure the actual this could be so wrong because I have not seen this in a very long time. I was sure that the actual, like, the final scene after that was like in France or Germany or something, and it's just the whole thing starting again, and it's just this stupid, like, I don't know,
maybe
cheap ending. I don't know, but I could be so wrong, and you probably are right. But for some reason, that memory is embedded in me.
Well, listen, we'll never know because no one's ever watched the end of that movie, and no one ever will again. So.
What movie are we talking about?
We're still talking about the fucking happening. This is what happens when you leave.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is like a very bizarre ending.
There's a sex spot.
No.
Oh no, really?
Okay, I blocked it. I don't know. Oh no, is it still there?
Okay, they're starting to disappear now.
Sorry, guys.
What do they gain?
I don't know. It's so bizarre. And they just sound like emojis.
Yeah. No one's clicking.
Cheers.
Sam Adams?
Hell no. I
What
do
is
not
that?
drink Sam Adams.
I'm sorry,
baby.
I can't see.
This is a beer from Spain.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you told me about that one. Sorry.
Yes.
Just from a distance and with my bad eyesight, it looks like a Sam Adams. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm stupid. I'm still working on kettle.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the bots are crazy. Oh, have you had it? Love it. Yay. I love that. This is a really good beer. Okay, so we're up to Shaim. We're going back to childhood trauma.
as I rightfully should be. So this next choice, this next topic, I had to have been again like 5 or possibly 6 when I seen this movie, and I don't know why my mother had this movie on, but it was Ghost Ship, and I
Oh
don't
my
know, just had the luxury
god.
of watching it. And that opening scene with everyone being decapitated,
Oh,
limb from
Yeah.
limb, and their
That's
heads being cut off.
that's good.
I just remember,
that's a
I
good
just
one.
remember watching that opening. Yeah, that's a good one. I just remember watching that opening, not knowing a clue what the heck was going on at all. I didn't even ask my mom like, what the heck am I watching here? Because I'm because I'm like 5, possibly 6, just being vulnerable to horror, and she's just shoving all of these movies in my face, and I had no intent to just ask her what the heck am I watching at all. So I just watched that opening, and after the film, I still didn't know what was going on. But I just had this nightmare of that opening. And it was almost like a fever dream because I knew where I was, but it wasn't like I was on the ship. It was almost like I was like I have it was almost like I've taken acid as I was watching like this burning imagery of people just being decapitated limb from limb
Mhm.
and blood just splattered everywhere, and here I am walking through this open acid field of bloodshed and guts, and I'm like, what the? And I don't
That's a
know.
lot.
I didn't have any memory. Yeah, I didn't have any memory waking up after memory of waking up and just like processing what I just dreamt. I was just like, and I just went back to sleep. Oh, so I don't know. I don't know what this story says, but it's one of those trauma. It's one of those childhood traumas that I just kind of brushed off for a while because I was just like, okay, I didn't know what just happened, but it happened. And now I'm just gonna keep living on, not asking myself or telling my mother what I dreamt of.
That scene is pretty
So
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
It really
I,
is.
I think what that means is that your mom is awesome because
yeah, she is. My mom is a
she
horror
was like,
saint.
"Hey, watch this crazy ass movie yet you're definitely not
Yeah,
ready
and
for."
yeah, that I'm not ready for it, but I can talk about this later in life as I'm older and reflect
I,
on why I watched it. Still
I
no
love
reason
it.
why I watched it. I watched it, but okay. So yeah, that's my story and my nightmare. Yep. So that's round 2. Ghost Ship.
Awesome. Love it. Yeah, I remember seeing Ghost Ship also like really early in life, and that scene was really weird. So
What's
yeah,
great
I get
about
that.
that scene is that the like the deaths happen so fast that there's people who are still reacting to their death in a way.
Yeah.
Like there's a moment where a guy is kind of like looking down for a second, or there's a scene where there's like a body on the ground and they're kind of like trying to adjust their dress or something like that. You know, like
Mhm.
this the like that happens so fast and so clean that the people are not 100% sure what has happened, but they just know like, oh, I'm detached from a part of my body for sure. It's a great God. It is a really fun,
It's a good
awesome,
one.
awful scene that a young person should not see.
Okay. And now we're at Andy.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'll consult my list real quick, but I think yeah, so I'll go with this scene next. I'm a big fan of the movie Zombie, Lucio Fulci's Zombie. And give or take, not everyone loves it, and not everyone loves zombie movies. But that movie is chock fucking full of like really weird, good scenes that have no business being in such a weird movie. But specifically, I mean, there's 2 scenes in that movie that really stick out and that they're kind of important for horror movies. One is the zombie fighting a shark scene underwater. We all need to recognize that scene happened and that a man made another man dressed up like a zombie fight a shark kind of for that movie. It's amazing. I mean, not really. Obviously, the guy wasn't actually in peril, but it did happen, and we didn't need that to happen. We didn't need a shark to fight a zombie. The fact that a zombie was underwater was enough. Like, that's a crazy enough scene. And then a shark shows up, and it's like, what, are you fucking kidding me? So that's crazy, and that's an amazing scene, and it's really super duper important. But the one that I was really, really thinking of is the most famous scene from the movie, which is the giant splinter of wood that gets pushed into the eye of a woman who's being attacked by a zombie in her again. And if you haven't seen this movie, maybe you don't know, you're not aware of it, but it's a pretty famous scene. And the reason why it's so effective and it's so memorable and it's so important as far as a horror movie, and it blew me away when I saw it, was because this was my first introduction to kind of this might have been one of my first. Yeah, this is my first Fulci film for sure. And I wasn't like 100%. Like, my zombie movie pedigree up to this point was watching George Romero movies, which were, tame, I guess, in compared to what will happen later. But in this movie, there's this awful scene where a zombie basically punches its way through a wooden door and then grabs the back of the head of who is going to be the victim. And he grabs her head and slowly brings her forward towards the door. And what is in the door, unfortunately, is a giant splinter of wood because of him punching his way through the door. And he grabs her head and he slowly pushes her towards the splinter of wood. And as just a basic even as a basic horror movie fan back in the day, before these things were like super well known, you don't expect what's going to happen next. You kind of expect the camera to pull away so that we don't see what's going to happen next, but it doesn't. And instead you actually watch a splinter of wood go into this woman's eyeball and impales her. That was a crazy movie. That was a crazy scene to watch in that movie, any movie. And it really kind of sets the stage for like, oh, that's what the Italians are doing. Because up to that point, again, I had only watched the George Romero movies, which I thought were amazing. You watch a guy get pulled apart in Day of the Dead, and it's really impactful. But I had not been ready for someone to slowly watch a splinter of wood go into someone's eye like that. So yeah, that's an amazing scene in a really, really infamous movie. And if you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch. Just get through it just for all of these really incredible scenes that kind of really set the standard and kind of throw the gauntlet down for what's really extreme and what's really just beyond what you're ready to watch. That's it. Zombie, Fulci, eyeball, splinter scene. That's it. Blew my mind. Totally blew my fucking mind.
It's very unfortunate that when I tried to watch Zombie, my boyfriend and I just fell asleep. So I have no idea what Amy's talking about, but I am sure it's great. We tried to watch it. We had some drinks. We just fell asleep. I think this is more about us than the movie itself. Love that. Also, hello, DJ Chinatown. How are you? Hi, Jeffrey. How are you? It's so nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Oh, zombie shark scene is incredible.
It really is.
Oh my god, wait, I love your username. Your horror bestie, Lara. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Hobbling scene in Misery scared me so much when I was younger. Yeah, Misery scared the shit out of me when I was younger too. I've always been a Stephen King fan, so I actually read the book first before I watched the movie. And like the book alone scared me. And then I watched the movie and like Kathy Bates is terrifying. Like she was so great in that movie. I am with you. I don't like eye stuff either. I also don't like needle stuff, which we learned earlier. Oh.
Oh yeah, Chris is he's been on the stream before, and unfortunately, he's just one of those friends that I make watch awful horror movies.
Aww.
That was my history as like as a person in a friend group is the guy who makes you watch awful movies.
I do that to my friends too.
Yeah.
I made 2 watch Audition today.
I mean, your friends watch Audition. Holy shit!
That's so good.
It was a
enough of
very
that.
silent room for about 20 minutes after that.
We love to see it. A shark ate people in a tornado. Oh.
Oh, I know. Listen, okay. But I'm saying, like, that movie, Zombie, was made so long ago that it does beg the question. It's like, how the fuck did he make that happen? And also, some of these guys, especially the old school Italian filmmakers, were not known for making sure everything was super safe and cool and legal before the camera started rolling. So, again, you go back and watch some of those scenes in the movies, especially that scene, and you're like, hey, how did that happen? Because at one point, the guy gets an arm taken off by the shark, and you're like, oh, they had to be in the same scene at the same time. Was that guy okay? Is he okay now? I'm worried. But I know what you mean. But that scene, again, because of the age that it came out in, I put it much higher than anything that's on the Sci-Fi Channel right now.
Melissa.
Hello. My God, it's that time again.
Mm-hmm.
I've been like remembering things and like adding and taking stuff out of my list
Okay.
as it goes along. But I just remembered a good one in the lines of childhood trauma and irrational fears. I'm gonna go with Pet Cemetery, like towards the end, where
is it Zelda?
Zelda too. Zelda's a big.
Oh, it's not Zelda. Okay.
Zelda's a part of it, but I almost forgot. But now that I remember it,
Okay.
But I was thinking of when like it's like towards the end when Jed like walks into the room and then the little kid like slices like the back of his.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Oh my God. Forever
Yeah,
checking on
that's so good.
I just don't trust it. I'm like, I literally can like feel it and I hate it. Like,
it's disgusting. Yeah, I hate those kinds of like things when they. What is it? The fucking Achilles.
The Achilles tendon.
Thank you.
yes.
Yes.
I
I fucking hate when they do that. And like so does Rocco. He's always like, what the fuck? I knew that was coming. Like
everyone who sees that scene can 100% feel that exact pain.
So gross.
Yeah.
God,
I'll be honest. Pet Cemetery is on my list too, but for the different scene though, because it's I actually think it's one of the most traumatic movies ever made.
Oh, it is for
There's
sure.
a lot of moments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Great scene, Melissa. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? Okay. I think I'm going to talk about a scene in Terrifier because Terrifier 2 is coming out. So let's celebrate that. If you haven't seen the trailer for Terrifier 2, you should come and watch it with me because I filmed a video watching it. Check it out. Shameless plug. There's a scene in Terrifier. Shameless plug on my channel.
Shameless plug on your own channel. Like, who is she? God.
Who is she? So in Terrifier, I feel like it's a scene that like everybody knows. It's like it's the scene that everyone talks about. But the chainsaw scene, which is basically Dawn's death, that scene is insane. And I have to be honest, like when I first saw it, I guess I wasn't expecting it to be that intense. And it was very effective and like very well done, and everything is practical, so it looks amazing. And just hearing like Damien Leone talk about like what it was like to film that and how they had to like make this like other, like, I don't know what it's made out of. I don't know if it's like made out of wax or what, but they had to like basically make the actress like a dummy for the actress, and like all the blood they had to pump out for this crazy ass scene. And it's like, it looks great and everyone talks about it. So love that scene. Super gross. And not for a weak stomach. But yeah, an iconic scene, an iconic character. That's all I have to say.
That one definitely caught me off guard when I first watched it, because I wasn't expecting that from that movie per se. Like at the time, I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't
It's
expect
very
it
good,
either.
Mhm.
Because I don't know. I guess I didn't really realize how gritty we were getting with
Yeah.
this movie. But I think that's also because I didn't watch the short film before watching Terrifier, so I didn't really know what to expect. And like, if you had seen All Hallows Eve, it's not really like Terrifier, like at all.
Yeah.
So I wasn't expecting that, but it's very well done.
I think it was surprising as well that, like, with the budget being so low,
For
that
sure.
they're able to achieve
yeah.
that. So you sort of, yeah, I remember when I first watched it, it was like I was impressed that they'd obviously directed a lot of the budget to making this work, because you wouldn't expect that. So I think that added to the sort of surprise.
Yeah. And like, it just looks so good. Everything about the movie looks so good for the budget. It's crazy. Let me catch up on the chat.
Hey, I'm going to take a brief 2-minute, okay?
Sure. Haven't seen that film. Hello, Gavin. Nice to see you. Been a while. How you doing?
Oh my god.
That's a great scene.
There's a lot
Nobody
of good
brings
moments
that
in
up.
that.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, that was really freaky. Oh, yeah.
That poor child.
That was devastating. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, I probably said chainsaw, but like same difference, I guess. Hacksaw. Thanks.
You have seen that one.
Oh, that's a great scene. Oh, you're good. It took me a second to like read this because I've had a few drinks, but yes. Oh, that's so good. Carlo Gugino is amazing in Gerald's Game. It's essentially like the whole thing is essentially her, and her performance is so great. This is a really good scene. It's also a great scene in the book too. It's just so icky and gross, and Mike Flanagan was like the perfect person to bring this story to life. So I'm glad that you highlighted that one. Cool. Okay. Francis, do you have anything else for us?
I do, yeah. I sort of come up with some as I was going along, but this one I was thinking because Audition and sort of other Japanese horror, I thought of the Ring, the Japanese Ring, but also the American remake. They both work for this, but it's the videotape that the scene where like you see the videotape that that they the cursed tape, and it's not. I think it's not even. I mean, the imagery is it is creepy, of course, but it's just this urban legend. I don't know why, but for some reason, even though of course I'm not even superstitious anyway, but I know it's a film. I know it's not real, but it's this thing where you are watching this tape as well. So in the back of your mind, you're thinking, if that phone rings, fuck that. So yeah. For some reason, every time, even though I mean I've watched The Ring, I've never, she's never called me. Every time I watch either of those films, I'm still, when the tape comes on, I'm still sort of trying to focus on something else. So yeah, I guess there's that urban legend sort of within the universe that makes that creepy, but also the imagery is pretty creepy as well. So yeah, I would go with that one in either the original or the remake.
Nice. That's a
Relate
good
to
one.
that. I do that for like any movie that has any weird curse chants or videos. I'm just like,
Oh.
no.
Yeah, when we were younger, Melissa used to like mute it. We'd be watching a movie, she'd be like, "Girl, I don't fuck with the brujeria," and she would just like mute the movie. Is there like a chant? And it used to freak me out too. I was like, "Wait, should I not be listening to that?" I just assumed it was fake. And Melissa was like, "I don't know if it's like fake or not." So, hello, Billy. Thanks for being here. Oh my
Because
god.
sometimes for some movies, I think for like, well, I can't think off the top of my head, but I know sometimes they'll mix in like actual. I can't think of the words because my brain's buffering. But like they'll mix in like actual chants and stuff to like make it more authentic. I don't want
Oh,
to risk it.
is that true?
For some, yeah, I heard there was some stuff in the craft too.
Oh,
Like they had
interesting.
someone on set making sure, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hello, Brian. Welcome. I have not heard of that film. I don't think. No. Yeah.
Every time.
Iconic. um. mm, nice. Okay, so since Shaheem is away for a little bit, let's go to Andy and we'll go back to Shaheem when he comes back. Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Shaheem is back just in time for his turn. Hi.
Yeah, sorry, I had to pee quick.
It's okay.
There's a slight bathroom break. I pee quick, so it's a natural talent.
Me too. Love it.
All right. So my next choice, well, I would say Pet Cemetery, but I feel like everyone knows where that goes. You know, Zelda and
Mhm.
the zombie mom that comes back to life and the ghost. I had burning nightmares about those. So I had to just get that one out of the way because it's a much typical choice to bring up. But what I really wanted to talk about next really is Darkness Falls from 2003.
Oh.
That one really scarred me. And again, not knowing what this is about, I had to have been 5 or 6. Mind you, all these movies that I
My
bring up, I had
gosh.
to have been around this age where
That's so intense.
where my mother has just popped up horror movie after horror movie for me to watch, and my siblings for all of us to watch growing up. So definitely around this point, Darkness Falls was one of those that just scarred the crap out of me. Just that opening scene with the tooth fairy, it's dark, it's scary, it's supposed to be about this, and mind you, I don't even know what this movie is about. Again, I just watched it because my mother put it on. I didn't ask her what it's about, so I just watched it. That opening scene with the tooth fairy, just creeping in and into the darkness, and just I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm just gonna briefly talk about it. Yeah, just sort of like just lingering in the darkness, not knowing like what's in the dark. That really gave me such a huge fear of darkness in my room. I remember after watching that film, I always went back into my nightmare the scene of the opening scene, and I just remembered just seeing like the shadowy image of this tooth fairy just crawling around the wall, crawling up and down the wall, just lingering in the dark. And I'm trying to get out of bed and I can't move. And then here is the tooth fairy just creeping on me slowly, just like floating down onto my face. And I just woke up and just woke up in sweat. I was just drenched, just horrified. I never told my mother about this nightmare. I just always kept it to myself.
And she continued to show
Because
you
yeah, yeah,
movies.
yeah. Because her thing was like her thing is to like her thing is to show my siblings and I these horror movies to get us prepared for the real world, like to not have us traumatized or scared by anything. Because the world is scary as it is. So she had us
Mhm.
horror was like always my way of escapism, but also realizing that everything is fake, and
Mhm.
yeah, everything scary is fake. So, but
Mhm.
yeah, that movie just scarred me. That whole movie scarred me because of the Tooth Fairy, especially that opening scene. And so, yeah, whenever I watch that movie today, that opening scene will always come back to me as just my nightmare and trauma that I just won't forget or can't forget, even if I choose not to, even if I choose not to remember. It's gonna just come back to me at any time I watch it.
Nice. I have to watch that movie. I know you want me to do a review of it, which I plan to do.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to spoil it, because I was like, you know what,
Thank you. Yeah.
if you ever choose to watch it, yeah, definitely. So I was like, all right, let me just talk about this briefly. But I think you get the idea of how scary this thing
Yes.
is.
I'm excited.
I'm excited to find out how you turn out, Shaheen, because your mother had you watch a bunch of movies at the age of 5, and I'm trying to figure out when
She
it's okay
she
to
literally
introduce my daughter to things.
she
So
literally
you
had me
might you
watch.
might be you're my test kitchen. I'm really
She
curious. Like,
Andy, I'm telling you, she had me watch movies since I was a baby. Even if like,
oh my
even
god,
like a toddler baby, I would just get
Oh,
visceral images of horror movies that I shouldn't have seen. Like it's like putting like basically like the TV. It's basically like her putting me in a stroller and just keeping me there like near the couch for me to sit up and watch horror on television, and I would just like have visceral images, but my nightmares became much more visceral the older I've gotten. So it's like from like age 3, possibly 4 or 5 and onwards, I do remember a lot of these nightmares that I get.
Oh,
you're
he
welcome.
told me that might happen. It's
Mm.
okay.
oh
He'll come back.
I
So
will
yeah.
say, on the one hand, I do know the scene that you're talking about in the beginning of that movie. It is super crazy
Hmm.
effective. It's very. I saw that movie in theaters. I'm not gonna say the movie's a masterpiece. It ain't, but it
No.
makes it makes some of the best use of like surround sound that I've
Hmm.
ever seen. It was one of those movies where I was sitting in the back of the theater, towards like say the left, and I could hear things that were going to happen in the movie before the audience that was a few rows ahead of me,
no.
because of the
Hmm.
way that the sound design kind of like flows through a surround sound system.
Yeah.
It's really crazy effective. It's very good in that opening scene, which is a young child pulling the sheets over their head to avoid a
Hmm.
monster, which we all do because when we're all kids, that happens in that
Right.
movie, and it's incredibly effective early scene in the movie. I'll give you that, man. It's really good for
Yeah.
that.
Nice. Great choice, Shane.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm not
Oh wow.
familiar.
Never
That
been.
sounds crazy. Nice.
Oh,
That's a good way to
Yeah,
traumatize, though.
it is.
That movie's
that's that teen
insane.
trauma.
Oh,
But
he's back.
I'm
He's
so
back.
sorry, my internet went down.
Hey.
Don't worry.
I will say though, to that point, just real quick, like because I'm in Spirit Halloween every day at this
Hmm.
point because my kid thinks it's Disney World. She doesn't know the difference.
She's so
Like
cute.
she's amazing, but like we have a lot of horror decorations for our house. We throw a huge Halloween party every year, and we have just boxes upon boxes upon boxes of Halloween decorations that we got from Spirit Halloween. Whenever they, after the holiday, they do like a 50% off deal once the holiday's over for a few days. Cash in on that. That's where all of our shit came from. It's awesome. So last year for our Halloween party, I brought everything up out of the basement, and then the next morning when my daughter woke up, we went downstairs and we opened up every single box, and I showed her all the dolls. I showed her all the decorations so that they say, hey, where do you want to put this? Where do you want to see? This is a toy. This is a doll. It's whatever. And now, so she has an understanding of it being fake. She's not scared of, a skeleton hanging in a corner or somewhere, or a witch in somewhere that cackles every now and again, only because she saw us take them out of a box and put them somewhere. So now we go into Spirit Halloween and she runs around like a fucking lunatic, setting off every single scary thing. And she's 3. Meanwhile, there's 8-year-olds who are running out of the store because like, fuck this monster shit. And they run out of the store. And my 3-year-old is like, where are you going? This is amazing. So to your mom's point, Shaheem, I don't know I 100% agree, but I do agree that showing young people at an early age that there is a fantasy make-believe element to horror is probably a good thing, because it is therapeutic to go through a horror movie story. And also it's healthy to know that it is make-believe. It's not, a monster isn't going to necessarily hurt you. There's worse shit out in the world that's going to hurt you. And I don't want to introduce my daughter. I'd rather my daughter watch Dead Alive than watch a movie about a serial killer, because one's going to happen and one ain't,
Right.
Yeah, and that was always my mother's like philosophy for us growing up, to train our brains to desensitize ourselves to both real life horror and horror on film. Is just to give us that clear difference of what's real and what's not. And and she was like, we're cool to watch horror movies as long as we don't tell her about the nightmares we have afterwards of it. so that was her deal. And I would often tell her about the nightmares I have, and she was like, okay, just don't watch it. And I would watch it anyway, and I wouldn't tell her about the nightmares I'd have afterwards. So yeah, I think I turned out well. Not right, but well.
I think so too. I think you turned out great, Shay.
For sure. Oh, she's gonna be a horror girly. I love it. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that scene is the best. That's the best. That's my favorite
Fully
scene in the
agree.
whole movie.
Yeah.
That's a great one, Jeffrey.
Sensitivity, yeah.
Love it.
That's very healthy, actually.
So true.
Yeah, that's why I actually don't watch home invasion movies. Like, I know Francis has brought them up because they're actually very scary and very effective.
Yeah.
Like, what are those movies that is it Strangers, or what is the home invasion movie?
Strangers, yeah.
Yeah, you've brought that up, and I'm like, man, that sounds really effective, and I don't want to watch it because that can happen in my
You've
house.
never seen The Strangers?
I've never seen it, and I don't want to. I'm good.
What?
Oh, that is a good
Shut
one.
up. That
so
may
good.
be brought up for a patron movie night.
Like,
I back it. I back it.
Fuck. Oh no.
Maybe we should do 2 patron movie nights. We should watch The Strangers, and then we should watch Pray at Night. Just like back to back.
You shouldn't have brought it up, Andy.
Oh no. Yeah, I love how I reveal my one fear to you guys, and you're immediately like, let's capitalize on that. Let's make you watch the awful
Let's
thing.
do it.
Oh,
Face
I'm
your fear.
terrified too.
I love it. That's fine.
Okay, Andy, tell us what's your next scene.
Okay. All right. Okay. So considering we just talked about this and we're still kind of talking about it, I'll go ahead and talk about Pet Sematary. But it's not like my problem with that movie, as far as like why there's such an important scene in the movie, is not like all the things that happen after. My situation is the incident which occurs in that movie, which sets the tone and sets the plot off for the entire thing. A kid runs out into the road and dies, right? Gets hit by a truck. Okay. Yeah, and now that we ripped that Band-Aid off, if you haven't seen the movie, that's what happens. You know, a little kid
Yeah.
runs out in front of a truck and dies. That has to happen for the movie to happen. So that's not a spoiler. That's going to happen. Okay. But the problem is, that's an awful scene to watch. I thought maybe it bothered me more as a parent than it did as a young person. It doesn't. I don't like it happening no matter what. No matter what my personal stakes are, doesn't matter. It's awful. But why that scene is so traumatic and so important is because it does one of the things that a horror movie doesn't always bother to do, which is a lot of horror movies are kind of predicated on the notion of characters making awful decisions that they should have known better, or that the audience is saying, well, don't do that. Of course you're not going to do that. Horror movies are sometimes predicated on the idea that the character is going to do something that's stupid, and then an awful thing happens. Like, we find an ancient tome of magic secrets, and we're going to read them out loud and watch a bunch of awful shit happen. In Pet Sematary, parents lose their child, and they think for a second that there's a chance that they could get their kid back. That's forces the main character of the story to make a decision that, while wildly unreasonable, because most people don't believe that that can happen. They don't believe in magic. They believe that once someone is gone, they're gone. A person who's going through a trauma, someone who's lost their child, is maybe willing to believe in something that they otherwise would know is not true. So what that main character does in the moment is they make an awful decision that in a standard horror movie would be determined to be stupid. You say, you're doing the dumb thing that everyone does in a horror movie that you shouldn't do. Except in that scene, you agree with the main character. You say, you know what? In your situation, maybe I would. Maybe I would make a desperate choice to do something that I know is wrong, for that fleeting moment, or that chance that maybe, I get to have my kid back. And that's why that movie is filled with maybe the most trauma of any horror movie I've ever seen, because you watch the main character of the movie create the incident which makes the rest of that movie happen, the rest of that horror movie happen, and yet you can't deny that person what they're doing. You can't say, what a stupid idea. You're like, I guess in your situation maybe I would. That's why, for me, that movie contains maybe the most traumatic scene in any horror movie, because you kind of agree with them doing something really ridiculous and stupid, because there's that off chance that maybe they get their kid back. And nobody, if anyone knows what it's like to lose a child, you know that maybe you would do anything. And if you don't know what it's like, you could probably guess that maybe you would do anything. So that's why, to me, that's like on the top of the list of really impactful and important scenes in movies, in horror movies especially, because, again, the idea is that someone has to do something dumb for a horror movie to happen. That one, I think most of the audience is kind of behind the main character and say, yeah, all right, I don't blame you. It's gonna hurt, but I don't blame you. All right, let's do it. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, I was waiting for the cheers.
Cheers.
Just kidding.
Cheers to my fifth little glass of vodka right now.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I think that entire movie is just a lot. It's a very sad movie,
Well, I feel like you kind of don't expect them to kill off the kid, let alone do it right in your face. Like, you have to sit there, you have to see their reactions and see this kid get put straight on. And it's like, I don't know how to feel with that. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, Melissa.
Back around.
We're back to you.
We're back.
We're back.
I feel like from this point forward, a lot of these scenes are just going to be really just let me do one before I get to the dreadful, all hope is gone.
Girl, do whatever you want. There are no rules. What are you saying?
You're good.
Say whatever you want. She's like, let me.
I'm organizing it in my mind. I'm like, let's see how we're going to deep dive.
Yeah, Melissa's putting in the work right now. All right.
Let's keep it fun. Child's Play. We all knew this was coming. Specifically, the one part where she picks up the doll.
Oh my god, that's on my list. Great, let's talk about it.
I'm gonna throw you in the fire. We can double whammy this one then.
Let's do
have
it.
to, because that movie, the amount of childhood trauma I have had for the longest time, till an age that I was very embarrassed to mention.
Girl.
But that scene specifically,
A girl don't I know.
that was the breaking point. Like I remember screaming my lungs out when I first watched that, probably maybe like 3 or 4 years old, because Chucky was like the scare tactic for me to calm me down as a kid.
That's so traumatizing.
Yeah.
I don't know what's worse, like that or like me innocently putting in a VHS thinking it's Rugrats and then seeing that shit. Which I didn't realize anything was wrong until this scene where where she's like picks him up and he's like, "You stupid bitch, I'm gonna fucking kill you," and I'm like, "What?" I was like, who the fuck?
As a kid, visually for the most part, it doesn't really click. It's just like, oh, it's just a doll. I don't know what the hell's going on, and then that's the big moment. After that, it's just downhill. Like he's done. He's killing everybody, and it's starting now that happened, your brain is picking up on all the bad things he's doing.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, okay, what's happening? Why are these people just talking? And this kid hasn't read at all.
I like how we were both traumatized by Chucky.
We have the
first.
same.
Yeah. As a child, this was our first thing where we were traumatized, and now we embrace and we love Chucky so much. We're just like, oh my god, Chucky's an icon. For so long, I was just traumatized by him. I'm thinking I'm gonna watch the Rugrats Chucky, and this fucking guy comes out. What a joke. My life is a joke. That was the start of my life being a joke from that moment.
To date, that is the best horror introduction story I've ever heard, and the most awful one.
Oh, listen,
the fact that you thought you were about to watch the fucking Rugrats, and then you saw Chucky.
It was terrible. I was waiting. I was waiting for the Rugrats theme song. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Holy shit!
I was
Can
waiting.
Someone do that? Can someone put the Rugrats theme song over top of Chucky killing people?
Oh my god! Really?
Oh my god!
I really my little brain didn't understand. I really thought I was like, this is such a long commercial. I thought that this was a long commercial, and then it was just, oh my god! I can't tell you the trauma I had. From this lady picking up this doll, and just that entire scene was so traumatic for me. I don't know. Well, I was little and I'd never seen anything like that before, and the way that the doll looks and operates, the way his face crinkles and everything, and he looks so mad. I've never seen anything like that in my life. My little self is what is going on? And he's saying curse words. I'm like, no one's supposed to say that. He's like, you dumb bitch. And I'm like, I was committing a sin. I remember just crying and putting myself under the blanket. I didn't want to turn off the VHS or anything. It was terrible.
It's the safety blanket. I'm telling you.
Girl, the safety blanket, you are right. But I still had to hear it. I was hiding under the blanket and just heard all this terrible shit.
You really need to see Brad Dourif someday so that this whole thing can come full circle. You fucked up my childhood, sir.
I should have told Fiona that when I met her. So your dad fucked me up.
Oh my god, you definitely should have.
Dad next. Make sure he knows how he ruined a lot of very early.
Girl, let me tell you. Let me tell you about my trauma real quick.
As a little kid who grew up with the name Andy, I definitely know how fucking traumatic it is to hear Brad Dourif.
Yeah,
snarling your name as he comes running at you.
God, there were so many scenes too of this little boy. First of all, he is so good, Alex Vincent.
He's so boy.
He was so good, and there were so many scenes of him just crying and stuff. And I was Oh my god. Like, I guess I couldn't figure out that it like wasn't real, so it's just like, oh my god, this little guy is dealing with so much.
He's still dealing with it, I think.
Oh my god, yeah. That's literally
Oh,
his man's
God.
whole life.
Crazy. I'm glad we could talk about that together. So that just bumped
Yes.
off one off my list. Everyone knew that would be in there.
Double whammy that.
Okay, Francis, you have another one?
I do. Another one that I thought of about
He's
5
prepared.
minutes ago.
I
This
swear to God.
one, I know, I'm sorry, it's Rob Zombie related. I
Oh,
know how you feel.
Lord.
But this is from House of a Thousand Corpses, and this scene is genuinely really impactful. It is I can't remember, I just looked it up, the guy's name. But it is the death of the police officer. He played Venus Van Dam in Sons of Anarchy.
I know what you're talking about.
His name,
Describe
the
that.
character name is Steve Nash, apparently. But I don't know if you guys remember or if you've seen this, but it's like the I think Otis has this guy sort of kneeled on the floor, and the camera pans out over the course of like 30 to 60 seconds. It goes on for so long, and you just desperately want him to just shoot the guy and have it over with, but it's you see this guy basically just knowing he's gonna die, but it goes on for such a ridiculous amount of time that it's actually so sad, like surprisingly sad. And Rob Zombie, he's a director that, there's some shenanigans going on.
He's a director that, you know.
But
You know.
but some of it I don't. A lot of it I don't love. A lot of it I love. But
Right.
this is genuinely a unique scene that truly is impactful. And it feels like forever the first time you watch it. So yeah, and I think also why it's so sort of crippling is that these are the police officers that come to that you think are going to, they're not the protagonists, but they're going to save the protagonists, and it's like as soon as they're killed, all hope is gone, and these characters they have no escape from the Fireflies. So yeah, I think it's a very powerful scene. Yeah, cheers.
Cheers. Okay, that's a good one. We're back to Shay.
Had to take a cheers real quick. Because that is a good one, Francis. I was going to bring up Chucky for my list, but I'm going to say that best for last because I have so much to talk about with that guy. So I'm just going to go ahead.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. I got my mom to thank for that. So
Love
much.
it.
For so much trauma. He's the most that's given me trauma, but I'll get to that later. So so my next choice is 13 Ghosts.
Yes.
And I don't know if anyone has this on the list or not, but I just had to talk about this one. So again, 5 or 6. You guessed it, my age. I watched this movie for my first time, or maybe I was 4. Maybe I was 4 this time watching it.
Wow.
Yeah, that would been like 5 or possibly 4. And again, I didn't know what this movie was about, but it was just crazy for me to watch at those kinds of lens. But the scene that stuck out for me the most was the angry princess in the bathtub.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it was about that scene.
That
It
scene
was
is
just-
brutal.
It was brutal, but it was just like there's just like this beautiful, almost kind of like Gothic Victorian vibe about it
Mhm.
that just struck with me in my nightmare. Because I had a nightmare
Mhm.
of me just being in the tub with the angry princess,
That's kind
and
of
that
scary. Oh my
yeah,
god.
and that it just covered in blood, and I couldn't like move, I couldn't go anywhere. It was just like I was just sitting in there with her, just her staring at me the entire time.
Such a sad scene. It's such a sad ghost, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, and her backstory, yeah, it's terribly sad.
Mm.
But then I transitioned to the jackal scene of the jackal cutting up, just scratching up Kathy's character. And
Mhm.
so from her POV, I'm the one getting attacked and scratched up by the jackal in that scene. And I just remember like just shaking, quivering, screaming, just from, and
That's
all I can hear
Oh
are
terrible.
my
the
god.
jackal just going nuts and scratching and cutting me up. And then I transitioned to another part of my nightmare with the hammer and the juggernaut in the same room,
Oh.
just
You had
walking
some
towards
insane
me.
dreams.
Those
I
are
let what did I tell y'all?
Yo, the traumas are real.
And so they just came, the hammer and the juggernaut just came walking onto me, and here's the juggernaut putting his hands on me as the hammer is bashing me in like Lucille.
Oh my
Weekend
god.
using Lucille, just bashing me with his hammer, and the juggernaut just picking me up and getting ready to throw me all around the place. And I remember this last throw that he threw me through the glass, and that's when I woke up. And I was just like, oh my god. I could not go back to sleep for like 3 hours. I just sat in the dark, just reminiscing of the
I'm
nightmares
so
that I
sorry.
transitioned through. Oh my god. That was terrible. It was terrible.
I feel so bad. This is
But it
bringing him
was
so much trauma.
it is it is, but it was also like satisfyingly fun. Afterwards,
That's
like
dark.
the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, yeah, because I kept watching the film afterwards. Again, this is like my whole philosophy too with horror films. After I have a nightmare, I go back to watching them so I can desensitize myself of that specific movie that I watched and had nightmares from. So yeah,
Mhm.
13 Ghosts is right up there. Cheers.
Cheers. Good choice.
Oh my god.
Cheers. Cheers, Shaheem, for your trauma
Cheers.
and nightmare.
Cheers to trauma.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Mm-mm. Not for me. Nothing like it. Nope. So yeah, 13 Ghosts, right up there.
That's awesome. Thank you, Shane. Okay, Andy.
Get it again.
Okie dokie. All right. So I'm realizing that there's a lot of scenes that I have on my list that could potentially be spoilers for people who've never seen the movies.
Mm.
So,
Wait, but how old are these movies?
okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
No,
if you
no, like genuine question. How
okay,
old are they?
so if I've seen a movie,
Andy, shut up.
you know it's probably 20.
Since you're
Andy
asking,
is always acting like he's so old. Just tell me.
I
How
am
old
so
are these
old.
movies?
Okay, let me look it up real quick. But I was going to talk about one of my favorite movies of all time. Oh, it's from 2006.
All right, that's fair enough. Like that's enough
Yeah.
time. If you didn't see it, I'm
That is
sorry.
in the time period.
And honestly, this isn't a spoiler
Okay.
because you know how everyone who's watching this knows how movies work. So the movie I'm going to talk about is Pan's Labyrinth, which is 100% one of my favorite movies of all time, and it is filled with. I mean, it's only barely horror, maybe because I mean Del Toro we associate with horror. There's a lot of horrific scenes in the movie, a lot of like gruesome looking scenes in the movie, maybe. But I don't know. It only barely clicks with horror for me, but I really, 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 really love that movie. Again, maybe one of my favorite movies of all time, top 5 for sure. But the scene that I'm going to talk about is at the very end of the movie. If you've never seen the movie, and if you've never seen it, oh Jesus, go watch it real quick, and then come back and join the channel. But what happens at the end of that movie is that there is an overbearing character, a military character. He's a captain.
We love to see it.
The villain of the piece is actually not a monster. It's not anyone in makeup. It is a military captain. This takes place in Spain, and this guy becomes he's a stepfather as well, a stepfather character, and he's awful. He's a really overbearing, very vain, very violent, awful person, and he's married to the mother of. He's basically the stepfather of the main character in the movie. There's a young girl who's the main character of the movie. This guy, who is really our villain in the movie, he is the stepfather, and he's obsessed with his lineage. His wife is pregnant and is going to have a baby, and he's obsessed with this baby because the baby represents his lineage. It's going to be his son. He's very impressed with that. And throughout the movie, he's an overbearing, very violent person, and you can tell he does not care about his wife. He does not care about his stepdaughter. All he cares about is the fact that he's going to have a son someday, because in his version of society, that's all that matters, that he have a male heir to carry on his name, and he's super duper proud of that. So he's the villain of this entire piece, and at the end of the movie, at some point, due to things happening, he realizes, I'm going to he's not going to succeed. He's going to lose at the end of this movie. And what ends up happening is he basically resigns to defeat. He says, okay, I'm going to lose. You guys are going to win. Fine. I don't care. All I care is that my son will know my name. He'll know how important I am. He'll know what my legacy was. He'll know all about. And his mother, in that moment at the end of the movie, tells him, it's like, no, your son won't even know your name. He won't even know you exist. And then she kills him in that last moment of the movie. It is one of the most powerful scenes I have ever seen. It's the best way I've ever seen a villain dealt with, because the character truly only cares about his lineage. In the moment that he knows that he's going to be defeated at the end of that story, in the moment that he knows that he's not going to win, he's going to be defeated by basically a resistance force in the military. He's like, fine, I lose, but my son will carry on my legacy. And then the mother says, your son's not even gonna know you existed. And then she kills him. And there's a brief moment between him being told that by this woman who's going to give birth to his son, and the moment that she shoots him in the face, where he truly realizes he lost. It's such a great scene. If you've never seen it, Jesus Christ, go watch Pan's Labyrinth. It's an awesome movie. Even up to that point, it doesn't matter. Like, at that point, he's lost anyway. But it's such an effective end to a movie. It's the best way to take care of a villain, because death to certain villains doesn't matter. Certain villains are okay with death because they know that they've ultimately achieved their goal and they don't care. And that's the worst villain you'll ever deal with. But the villain who knows that, you're not going to get what you wanted and you're going to die, and you watch him have that moment in his eyes, he realizes, oh shit. In the last moment, he realizes his son will not know him. He will not have a legacy. He will not have someone who carries on his name, and no one will care when he's gone. That's the thing that he's obsessed about, and he dies in that moment. And then he's shot and then he dies. God, it's so good. It's so satisfying. It's one of my favorite endings to a movie. It's one of the best ways to kill a villain. And oh, by the way, if you've never seen it, it's one of the best movies ever. Go see Pan's Labyrinth. Guillermo del Toro was my favorite directors, and that movie is a fucking masterpiece. So that's my scene. It's barely a horror, but I think it's still a horror movie, and it's one of my favorite scenes ever in a movie. So go watch it. Go watch it.
Nice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, Melissa, hit us.
And if you can believe it, It's my turn again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Actually, this is a good one. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take it back to Scream, an iconic movie. I'm gonna go ahead and just go with Casey Becker's death.
Oh my god,
Because
that's
you
on mine,
do
so let's
not-
talk about it. Wait, I have two from Scream. I have that, and then I have another one, so we'll talk about this together, and then I'll just go with my next one from Scream.
I mean, first of all, it's a great way to start a movie, and it's like, I feel like no one ever expects that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So to just hop right into that within like the first few minutes of the movie, it's like, well, what the hell else can happen? Like, this is the girl. This is who we thought was going to be like, presumably, our final girl that we're going to be following throughout.
Yeah, we were Drew
And
Barrymore
she's
baited.
She's dead. With like, maybe like not even the first 10 minutes. So it's like, well, what the hell is happening now?
Yeah, like she's on the poster and everything. We're like, oh my god, it's our final girl.
There was like so much detail and care put into just such a small part of it. I mean, the movie overall, yeah, but just to that whole part, and even like little build up to that too. It's just like so well done. And it's like you get attached to her character fairly quickly, for considering the amount of time she's even in it.
For
Like you kind of want her to survive, and it's like, nope. Next group of people.
Like that scene is so good just because like it immediately sets the tone of the movie.
Yeah.
But like you're with this girl and you feel safe in this house with her up until the point where like he's on the phone and he's like, you never told me your name. And she's like, why do you want to know my name? And he's like, because I want to know who I'm looking at. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, sir?
Everything changes. You're just like, excuse me? Wait, what?
Yeah, what? And just like his voice becomes so menacing because at first it like kind of sounds like he's trying to flirt with her and whatever. And then it just becomes like this menacing, very disturbing voice, like that. So it's so good. And then not just that, but like her death scene is like legitimately one of the best, most like shocking deaths in a horror film for me.
And then her parents showing up like that. Like,
yeah.
Just by a little bit too. It's like.
It's so well done. And it holds up. Like it looks so good. It looks so realistic. And just Drew Barrymore is amazing. I love her. I love that movie.
She's definitely a comfort actress.
Oh my god, she is a comfort actress for sure. I love her.
I read somewhere that the scene, that opening scene, was, this could be wrong. I could have made this up, but I'm pretty sure I read that Kevin Williamson wrote that scene as like a short play in like college or something like that, and or what sort of a killer taunting the girl over the phone. Something, I think there was some sort of play he wrote at university that then sort of he worked into the opening scene, but fact check that because that I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere, which makes sense because it is sort of like a short film, that opening scene.
Yeah. That's cool.
And
I never heard that.
I can definitely see that being like the starting point of it all and building something around it.
Me too. Yeah. So my next scene from Scream is the killer reveal. When I first watched this movie, like, I don't know. I was very young, so maybe I was just kind of like dumb, but I did not see that coming. Now, having seen it so many times, it's like, oh, they give you so many hints along the way that it is them. Like, they don't really try to hide it. They kind of give you hints that it's them. There's like so many moments where you're like, oh, look at that look that Billy is giving Stu. So it's like, oh, you know what's happening. It's very clever that way. But yeah, just like, I don't know what it was, but it was a scene with Matthew Lillard where like Nev Campbell is like, Stu, you gotta help me. And he just like has the voice box and he's like talking into it, and then you know he's like a part of the whole thing, and you're like, not Stu. Not him.
Anyone but Stu.
because it was like, oh, okay, it was Billy. Like, I fucking knew it. Like, Billy was sus from the beginning. But, like, I didn't realize, like, fucking Stu is in on it, too.
Yeah.
And just, like, Matthew Lillard's performance was so chaotic and creepy and funny. It was so many things. It was so good. That scene is very effective. It's still very effective. Even if you watch it so many times, well, at least for me, it's always so good.
The performance definitely made it too. Like,
For sure.
it's so good every time. It's aged well too. A lot of things from it, I feel like, at least personally, it's my opinion. I think it's aged. It's held up pretty good. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. What a good movie. My God. I'm happy we got to talk about that. Does anyone else have Scream on their list? No.
No,
It
but
could-
that scene is super memorable. Like, well, specifically talking about Melissa's, talking about that moment with the Drew Barrymore character, right? That's what we were talking about before.
Right.
Like, it's such an obvious, like, maybe not obvious, but it really does remind people of watching Psycho for the first time, because you can't overstate, like, if you didn't know anything about the movie Psycho when you first sat down and watched that, again, many, many years ago. Now it's not fair, but before it was so, sort of culturally ubiquitous, in the beginning, when you first sat down to watch that movie, Janet Leigh, you can't overstate, like, what a big name she was. She was a big name actress, actually. So when you first sit down to watch that movie, you're watching a movie that bothers to tell you the story about a woman who is embezzling money from her boss to run away with a guy that she wants to marry, who is in financial trouble because he's giving away all his money to his ex-wife and alimony and all this stuff. And you're like, wow, what a weird story. And so when you watch that movie, you're watching a woman on the run with a bunch of money that she stole, $40,000, by the way, that she stole to start a new life with a man that she
Good for
is
her.
in love with. So you
She was doing everything right. I don't give a fuck. I support her and her fucking journey. Fucking take that 40,000, baby. You deserve way more than that.
But
Come
she-
on.
yeah,
Treat yourself,
I mean,
bitch. Let's go.
but in the modern day, we look at it like, oh yeah, okay, but the only reason she stole the money was so that the guy that she wanted to marry would be good, because
Right.
he was broke. He was giving all his money away in alimony to his ex. So she was in love with a man who was dealing with issues. So the whole story of that movie sounds like a woman who stole money and she's on the run and she wants to be with this guy, and then she ends up in this shady ass hotel.
Mhm.
So when you're watching that movie for the first time, you have no fucking clue what's about to happen. You don't know that the movie hasn't even started yet. All you know is that the main character of a movie has ended up at a hotel with a whole bunch of money. And then the movie starts because she dies in the shower, and then the movie really fucking rocks and rolls. But again, if you're watching that movie as someone in the time in which that movie came out, you're expecting Janet Leigh because she was top billed
Right.
in that movie, as well as she should have been.
Right.
So that's another one of those amazing psychouts. Like, you talk about Drew Barrymore being billed for the movie Scream. You're like, oh man, Drew Barrymore in a slasher movie is going to be amazing.
Mhm.
You are in for a surprise, mister. And the same exact thing happens. And I mean, Hitchcock is famous for that. He's like sending you down a path only to really fucking juke you with where the story's actually going. But Psycho was one of those movies where you really, really thought you're about to be invested in the story of a woman stealing a bunch of money from the man she loves so she can start her life, and then she ends up in a sketchy hotel.
Yeah.
And then the movie starts after she's dead. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, this one's somewhere else. Oh my god.
But I love the parallel between Scream and that. Like, it's very obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
for
know
sure.
if, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good. This is a very good. I love that. That's so true, Gavin. You're so good. I love that. Oh,
Oh
the
my God.
happening. Oh, girl. I actually don't hate Scream 3, so No hate for that film. Oh, for sure. I agree. I'm glad you talked about that. You know, there is a lot of hate for Scream 3. I appreciate that film for what it is. Is that true? Are you fucking with me?
I think it was. This could be wrong, but I think it might have been because of scheduling. Like she wasn't available anymore. But that I don't know if that's true. But I think there was definitely something where she was, like supposed to play Sydney originally.
Wow.
Oh.
That's amazing. Oh. Andy needs a channel.
Well, guess what? Oh, was I supposed to finish that sentence?
Yeah, usually when somebody says "guess what," they finish the sentence.
Well, guess what? Obviously, I'm gonna do my own channel.
Good.
I mean,
you should. We've been saying to do that forever. God. Thanks for telling me, Gavin. I didn't know that piece of trivia. Okay.
We've made our rounds.
Where are we at? Okay, I'm sorry, because Andy went. Okay, we're back to Francis.
we don't know where we are because Andy keeps talking.
No.
It's impossible to know where we're at.
We are back to Francis.
We know.
Right? Francis, do you have one?
Yeah, I do. I considered putting Scream the denouement at the end, like you said, the big reveal.
Wait. Before you go, I have to pee. Like you can tell it, and then I'll just catch up. Go ahead.
What should I do? The Strangers. I'll talk about it because Andy, you mentioned it earlier, and we know I bring The Strangers up at every opportunity. So there could be really quite a few, but to me, the one that I always remember is early on, when it's just Liv Tyler in the house, and it was sort of not. I think it's around the time where they're sort of knocking on the door. Is Tamara home? But and Baghead comes out of the darkness, out of the shadows, inside the house, and he just stands looking at Liv Tyler, and she doesn't notice him, and then he disappears. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but yeah, it's just that early scene where you see Baghead in the background. He sort of slowly comes in, and you realize he's there. And you're like, oh shit, he's in the house. Because for me, home invasions, that terrifying turning point is when you realize, fuck, they're in the house. Like it is that moment of they're not outside, but it's the moment when you realize they have actually entered. Some films, like you might find the door open or something like, or a window open, something like that. But yeah, when you see Baghead in there, that's terrifying. But also from Pray at Night, another moment that that gets me is, I think it's sort of near the end when one of the female killers, one of the characters asks her, why do you do this? And she says, why not? And I think it's the only line of dialogue that any of the strangers have throughout both films. And to me, normally I'm someone who likes a motive, and sometimes I feel a bit cheated and unfulfilled when there isn't one. But these just psychopathic serial killers. I think I'm muted somehow. But anyway, just hearing them, I fucking don't know what I'm talking about. I lost it. Oh yeah, these.
Oh no, muted again. Oh
Why are you
You did it
fault?
again,
What's
bud.
going on? It keeps moving.
no!
But the fact that there is no motive and they are just mental, it just makes it more terrifying. And I'll leave
Ooh.
it before I get muted by some
What are we
ghost
talking about?
again. The Strangers.
Strangers.
Nice. What scene?
I sort of spoke about two. The first when Baghead sort of comes out of the background in the original, and you sort of first realize that they're in the house, and then the other one was in Pray at Night when one of the female killers is asked why they kill people, and she says
Yes.
why not.
Yes.
So yeah, those are two great scenes from those two films.
Those are
That's
great.
the most terrifying answer a killer can give.
For sure.
Like I agree with you by and large as far as like characters should not have no motive for what they do. But in that instance, what you're talking about, yeah, that's the scariest thing a person can say is, well, why not?
Yeah.
Genuinely
It's
terrifying. Like, okay, this person has no feelings at all.
They're just crazy. Like,
Yeah, like why not? What the fuck?
Yeah,
do you
a
mean?
complete sociopath.
Yeah, for sure. Hello, Cody. Thanks for being here, spending my vacation with you. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm
Cody.
also on vacation at the moment, spending this time with you guys. Thank you. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
my god, that's so good.
Oh,
The first one, that
God.
was
oh my
terrifying.
God,
That is
that's
fucking
true.
Like,
chilling.
why are you doing this? Because you were
I-
home, bitch.
That-
I'm a moron. I just said like
Oh,
I just said like they're asking is Tamara home, and then 2 seconds later I say that why not is like the only line of dialogue they say. I don't know what I was on there. I've seen these films so many times. That's poor from me, but yeah, that is terrifying as well.
Yeah,
no.
no, I
Oh
agree.
my
That
God.
line, like that line alone, sells so much home
Yeah.
security systems.
For sure.
It worked on me, and I've never even seen the
And
fucking
he was
movie.
like, I got a home security system after
We-
that.
For sure, have a lot of home security system in my house.
Okay. Are we back to Shaheed?
Let's go down trauma
Let's
corner.
go.
Back
Trauma,
to
man.
childhood trauma. Back to the
Round
start.
100. Yeah, it's round 100. No, I'm kidding. I mean, there's so much to talk about, but yeah, I mean, for this one, I'm gonna have, I think, three things to talk about. In terms of like movies and the idea of them, like kind of like how Andy was doing, but for this first one, Ben Willis, The Fisherman. Just watching, I think I still know what you did last summer so many times throughout my life. I think my like my philosophy of desensitizing myself from horror kind of like just caught up to me because I remember freaking out in school because I thought I saw from a distance from like through the window from a distance from a far house a slicker, a black slicker or like a gray one just like hanging up and almost kind of like staring at me like almost in like a Michael Myers kind of like form. It's just like just sitting there. And that was just like my brain playing tricks on me from watching that movie so many times that I freaked out in class and had to go to the counselor and I was like, oh my god, I just had this just freak out in class from thinking that I seen a slicker when it was like sort of like a lamp. It was like a lamp that I thought was a slicker. It was actually a lamp. But I could have sworn, but it was my brain manipulating me into thinking that it was a slicker. So here I am just freaking out in class like this freaked out child. Like, oh my god, I felt so embarrassed. I was like just freaked out from my own mentality and philosophy of watching horror movies that this one horror movie that I love so much just kind of came back to me full circle of just me freaking out in class from the image of it. And I had to have been like possibly 7 or 8 finally like desensitizing myself from horror movies at this point. But it was that one like Ben Willis was just that one thing that kind of just like came back to me. So I know what you did last summer. That's I guess that's one of them. The second is from Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, that hospital scene where Michael kills all of those cult members and the hospital workers in there. And there's like this imagery of like just flashing lights and then bloodshed all over the place. And I remember having that exact same nightmare where I was again put in the POV of just
My
being in the
God, these
middle of all
nightmares
this,
are intense.
yeah, these bloodshed and flashing lights and sound effects and women like just screaming in the background, these haunting screams from the sound effects from the movie, all just like all just like surrounded me as I'm in
Your
this like
little brain could
feverish
not handle
dream.
this.
No, but it just handled it somehow for me to talk about this because I would not be talking about this if I couldn't handle it. But it's been years, so I
Yeah.
can actually talk about it again. So yeah,
Yeah.
so that's from Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers. Now I think the one I really want to talk about is Dead Silence, the opening to Dead Silence. Um,
Mm,
and just the image of Mary Shaw in general ripping someone's tongue out, that was burned in my nightmare too. And from again a POV of a character that I shouldn't be in the POV for, I got my tongue ripped out from Mary Shaw. I remember that image of her just like slowly reaching
these
down my
nightmares are
throat
intense as
and
fuck.
ripping and to rip them, and I could feel it. And I just ended up waking up before she could pull it out. I was like, just gasping. I was like, "Oh my god!" Thank God I'm safe from Mary Shaw. And I have to have been like possibly six, possibly
Yeah.
six. Yeah, six when I seen it. So yeah,
Wow.
that those are all three um, movies and nightmares to share from my childhood trauma of movies that affected me the most, and those three are definitely up there to talk about. So, yep, that's Halloween, that's Dead Silence, and that's I Know What You Did Last Summer. So there you go.
That's great. Those are great. Yeah, the opening for Dead Silence is
Yeah,
so
it's
good.
creepy.
It is.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hi Dee. Thank
Dee, we love you.
you.
We
Thank you
miss
so
you.
much. We miss you. We
D.
love you.
D, we miss you.
Thank you for the love. Thank you for the kind donation, Dee. Okay. Where are we at? We're at Andy now. I'm sorry. I'm losing
Okay.
track of what direction we're going in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm trying to get over everything that Shaheem says.
What?
Well, because I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid that I'm gonna like ruin my kid, and then like I hear
Aww.
what Shaheem says. I'm like, well, Shaheem seems okay.
Shaheem's okay. He's a horror fan now. Right,
No, I
Shay?
know, like for sure. Like that's how I ended up where I am today, for sure. But
I mean,
Shaheem is like, your
yeah,
mom is so cool, but yet at the same time, I'm like, your nightmares are so concerning to me.
if she okay, here's the
Scary.
thing. If she showed her children how the real world works between like real life horror and horror in general from films, and it scars me or her children in general, then she's done her job. Even though it's sickening, she's done her job well.
No,
Because
I'm
that
not.
means I could it but I mean, well, for me that's for me, but for you as a concerned parent, yes, I would definitely be concerned about showing your daughter any of these movies at all. My mother did her job. That's my mother. But for you, you're your own person. You're your own. You're the father. You or your wife want to show your daughter or not show her any of these movies. at her age, I would contemplate it strongly. But for my mother, she just thought, let's just show my kids these horror movies and let's see if they'll tell the difference between and reality or if things are real or fake. Let them figure it out by themselves. And if they have a problem with it, they can tell me about it. I'll probably care or not because she should care because she showed me these things against my will. But I also, but it's
Against
also
your
that,
will.
but it's also that thing of like I went back to watch them so I could desensitize myself from the horror. So it's also my fault as well. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
There's so many mixed messages there. So, but no, again, you seem like a totally fine, normal person, so I can't argue. But
yeah,
as an adult,
I am.
as an adult horror fan, you're always wondering like, I don't want to introduce my kid to anything awful. But yeah, I remember when I saw what I saw. I was 5 years old when I saw The Exorcist, and that was not ready, and I should not have seen it. That does not mean
terrible.
Yeah, no, and that does not mean that I think my kid should see that movie at that age.
No way.
Yeah,
No,
that's
fuck that.
that's yeah.
No
That sounds like you
way.
got to strongly.
No.
That sounds like you got to strongly contemplate your choices, which horror films you should show your kids.
Yeah, no,
no, for sure, for sure.
I'll be honest. What I really, really like, and we're kind of seeing a little bit more of it now, is I like the introduction to things that are a little, maybe a little spooky, a little weird for young people.
Yeah,
Which, like when I was a kid, there was some stuff out there, but not a tremendous amount. And now I think I always get excited when I see something that's like, oh, that's really PG and it's a little weird, it's a little edgy. Great, perfect. Like I definitely am more than happy to encourage my kid to watch something that's a little bizarre. Like, we were literally a couple of hours ago, we were just at Spirit Halloween, right? Because my kid loves Spirit Halloween. That's her favorite. She doesn't know any better, so that's Disney World as far as she's concerned. And the fact that they made a movie, they're making a movie about Spirit Halloween. I was so excited to see that. Like, oh, great. What a great idea. I'm so happy to see horror that's clearly designed towards a PG crowd or whatever. Yeah, man, they should have a normal introduction to horror. It doesn't have to be watching The fucking Exorcist at 5 or 6 years old. That's not good. I don't think that's a good thing. I think you should work your way up to it and get slowly introduced into the fantasy of horror, and then you find out like, oh shit, there's the Evil Dead and there's Hellraiser, stuff like that. But anyway, so but yeah, no, I'm on your mom's side 100% because again, as weird as it sounds, like you turned out like such a normal person who was able to like compartmentalize and deal with trauma in such a healthy way. I'm like, maybe she's onto something. Fuck.
or what you assume I'm normal, but I mean, it's not even just horror movies. I've been through so much trauma throughout my life just from like accidents that I either asked for or didn't ask for. I had to grow up really fast, and horror movies just was almost like a half of that on a small scale. Just growing up really fast from life in general was, part of the reason why it turned out so well. But horror movies for me was always like that kind of safe space. It scarred me, but it also like toughened me up as well as life has. So, yeah.
Right. I feel like horror movies are like a safe way to face your fears in like a safe and comfortable environment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And like you talk about being toughened up. I mean, some of us get pushed down into the ground and get kicked. It's like, what's better than that is like literally going through a virtual experience, like watching a movie. I'd rather have that happen any day of the week than find out that my kid's getting picked on or getting beaten up or whatever, like that happened to some of us in school. So yeah, I'm on your side. Like I'm reacting in such a way as I'm blown away by it, but ultimately I'm on your mom's side 100%. For whatever it's worth, I think she did the right thing.
Like I said, my mother is a horror saint, so
We gotta. Oh man, she's got. Your mom's gonna join us on some movie night someday.
Oh, that'd be nice.
yeah. I mean, if I could, I mean, because we live in separate apartments, so I'm always coming to her place during the weekends. So if I'm here like Friday and there's a movie night, I would love to, just show you guys my mother, just have her say hi.
Aw, that'd be
And
so
Dude,
like, yeah,
nice.
like,
tell her that nothing would make us happier than to see who introduced you
We
to
love
this
it.
bonkers, weird fucking world.
yeah, it's a bonkers world that I live in general from me. So,
Yeah, fuck
but
yeah,
I
man.
turned out, but I turned out well.
Okay, Andy, did you have one?
Yeah, I got all. God, I have so much weird shit to talk about.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now let me look at my list and see what is great. Okay. So, man, what I want to talk about. I really want to talk about all of these things, and I'm afraid I'm going to run out of time. But, so I will mention. I guess I'll mention The Exorcist 3, and I'll save anything I have to talk about The Exorcist later. So The Exorcist 3, and again, any good horror fan has probably already been down the road before. You know what a great back-to-back series of movies Exorcist and The Exorcist 3 are. And you, as most horror fans know, you can easily skip the second movie. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything, so who cares? So The Exorcist 3, as far as having scenes that are incredibly impactful, I'm not going to talk about why those are great movies or why they're my favorite movies or why I watch The Exorcist 3 every year at Christmas. It doesn't matter. Who cares? But I will say that movie has some of the best scenes in horror movie history, and it has a really famous scene, and you guys all know what I'm talking about. So we'll just rip that Band-Aid off and say it has one of the best slow burn, sit back, watch a movie, watch a scene, sit the camera at the end of a hallway, waiting for something to happen scenes that's ever been filmed. That movie, it's for anyone who's never seen it, which I can't believe anyone who's watching this video right now has never seen it. But if you've never seen it, at one point in the movie, a catatonic person is in a hospital, and they are being kept under supervision, and there are a bunch of strange ritualistic murders that occur throughout the course of the movie, and that hospital in which this person is being kept becomes a center of attention. So at one point, the police are in this building, and the camera, basically, for one of our scenes, is just sat in the end of a hallway. And we are waiting for something awful to happen in this movie, or waiting for something terrible to happen. You're waiting for anything to happen, actually. They don't even tell you that something weird is going to happen for this scene to occur. You only know that there have been murders. So you're watching this movie, and you're watching this long ass. Basically, you have the camera is sat at the end of a hallway and staring out into a lobby, more or less. And what you're watching for a good couple of minutes is just basic shit. You're watching a security guard get up, walk away, come back, a nurse show up, walk away, come back. You're watching a scene so long that you wonder, what the fuck is this? This looks like trail cam footage. It just looks like if someone just set a camera out in the middle of the woods and just capturing a deer walking by. It doesn't make any sense up until it really super duper does. There's a moment in that movie where you're watching a long hallway scene where a nurse checks up on something. She walks into a room, walks away from that room, and then something happens which is so special and so magical in the realm of like horror movies, that everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about what happened in that movie. It's one of the most famous movie scenes rather in horror movie history. well, I'm not giving anything away when I say that there's a long drawn out scene in which a character, you're watching a bunch of characters walk around, and then a character walks across scene, and then another character walks across scene and kills maybe that character. It comes out of nowhere. There's nothing to sort of let you know that that's about to happen. All you get is a very sharp, like, audio sting at that moment, a scream sound that happens, and then something awful happens. It's one of the best scenes in horror movie history, and I'm not doing it any justice because, one, you've already seen it, and if you haven't, you need to go watch it right now. You need to go watch Exorcist 3. It's amazing. But that scene, as almost everyone in the chat knows, that anyone watching this knows, is incredible, and it's one of the most impactful scenes in horror movie history, and it's such a good scene in a really, really, really good movie. I could talk about every scene in that movie actually all day long. I won't do it for the sake of Salisa's sanity over there, but it's an amazing moment.
I'm gonna piggyback off of you in a second.
Just go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay, so to talk about The Exorcist 3, that is a very good scene, and I knew you were going to talk about that one, which is why I didn't put it on my list. But I did put one on my list. Brad Dourif's performance in The Exorcist 3 was something I thought about for like days after. It is literally such an amazing performance. Like, even if you're not really into like acting and all that stuff, it really is just so impactful. Like, when you first see him and like he's yelling and he's like, "No, I'm not, I'm alive." And like there's a couple scenes where he's doing like the single tear. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The single tear acting is so good.
Yes.
Like,
So
no one knows
good.
how fucking hard that is. If you're an actor, you know how hard this single fucking tear is. You have to have like talent up your ass to do the single fucking tear and do it genuine. And like, it's so good. So that's what I had to say about The Exorcist 3.
He is Brad Dourif is literally my favorite actor of all time.
He's amazing.
And he doesn't get enough credit because he is relegated to the realms of character actor, which is, oh boy, what a mistake.
Truly.
In every movie or TV show that he is in, he is putting in 30 to 40% more effort than is required of the role. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch fucking go watch that what is that HBO series where Deadwood.
I never seen it.
He's in that. Yeah.
Oh my god! If you've never seen it, he's alone. It's a great show. Actually, it's a brilliant TV show. But he plays a doctor in the movie Deadwood, and again, it's about 1880s ish era time. Sort of a piece about a small town that experiences a gold rush, and then all sorts of other weird, corrupt bullshit. But he's in the movie. He's in a TV show. And then he's in every single movie, and he is 100% giving more in every role than anyone asked anyone to do. Like, even if you only know him from like the Lord of the Rings, he plays a character in Lord of the Rings, which you would say is a side character. He's literally acting up against Christopher Lee in that movie, and there are scenes in that movie you're like, holy shit, this guy's putting in more work than literally anybody else in the movie. Like, there's literally scenes where he looks out onto an awful scene and he begins, like, he can watch tears well up in his eyes. You don't watch a guy walking into a scene with like tears streaming down, like fake tears applied to an actor. You watch a guy who walks into a scene with tears welling up in his eyes and he begins to cry because he realizes what is happening in the scene. There are very few actors that you will get to enjoy watching do that. And he's one of them. And again, if you go back to the very, very beginning, one of my top 5 favorite movies, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's an early role for a lot of different actors, he being one of them. Danny DeVito, Christopher Lloyd, and then Brad Dourif and Jack Nicholson, of course. But there's a lot of actors that you've never that you'll hear a lot about who are in that movie that have breakout roles in the film. and Brad Dourif being one of them. He's very young at the time. And you watch him in that movie, and you're like, holy shit, I can't believe these guys are acting. You really think that they may be people who are dealing with a severe psychological issue. So Brad Dourif, from the very beginning, he has never not been the best actor, the best talent in every single thing he's been in since the very beginning. And the fact that he was in Exorcist 3 is fucking amazing. He makes it so much better. He's literally facing off against George C. Scott.
Yeah,
he's going toe to toe with fucking Patton. You know, I mean, it's really incredible. And I love George C. Scott, but Brad Dourif is the best. He's the best in every scene he's in, and he doesn't need to be. No one is asking him to be so good.
Yeah.
So he's amazing. And him in The Exorcist 3 is truly beautiful to watch. And I'm so happy that I got to see him at a convention one day.
Aww.
So, I mean, again, I'm not kidding when I say he's my absolute favorite actor in the world. He is number one. There's no category. He is number one, and then everyone else falls behind. And it took me all day to get to see him at that convention because of what a shit show that fucking convention was. Celeste knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't even try to get on his line, baby. I was
know.
like, no.
I know you saw
this
you
one
saw
girl.
Fiona.
Yeah, this one girl was like, I waited on the Brad Dourif line for 6 hours, and I was like, I'm just gonna go meet his daughter. So her line was like, I waited for maybe like 10 minutes. Like it's really a big difference.
That's an icon too.
But yeah,
she is.
Again, if you ever see my Instagram or anything, you'll see there's a photo of me with Brad Dourif, and it's like, yeah, here I am with I think the best actor I've ever heard of in my lifetime that still exists, and I'm so happy he's still doing fucking horror movies. It's amazing. But anyway, yeah. So Exorcist 3 is a great movie. It's one of my favorite movies. Watch that. But then obviously the famous scene in The Exorcist 3 that we all know about is super duper important because it showed everyone that you can sit back, set the camera down, wait for a fucking minute, and let something awful happen, and the audience is going to really, really react when it does happen. So anyway, cheers.
Andy,
Cheers.
you just
Cheers.
changed my life. My ridiculously dumb ass never realized that Brad Dourif was in Lord of the Rings, but I know exactly who he is now. He was.
Oh my god,
Wormtongue,
are you serious,
right?
Francis?
I swear, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I used to love those films as a kid, and I never fucking realized that Wormtongue is Brad Dourif, and my life is changed. I can't believe I never knew that.
Ever again.
If you've never seen, fucking go back. If you're and I'm a big Tolkien nerd too, by the way. In addition to being a horror nerd. Yeah. I'm such a huge and I read the books every year, unfortunately. But if you go back and watch that movie, you watch Brad Dourif as Wormtongue. He's literally dealing with Christopher Lee as his character as Saruman. And Saruman says to Christopher Lee tells him, "Hey, look at all this wild shit I started." And Brad Dourif looks over the parapets of a castle and he sees an army that's going to like destroy the world. And Brad Dourif cries like in that moment. You watch tears well up in his eyes, and it's not fake. He's doing it. He's really in the moment. And it's not even that it's in a horror movie, or it's not even that it's fantasy. It's a really ridiculous scenario. You know, he didn't look out over the parapets of a tower and see an army of thousands of monsters. He looked out and saw nothing because the special effects had not been set up for him to see it yet. And he still was able to conjure up the tears to realize that, holy shit, I instigated a war that's going to result in the death of thousands of men and women. It's amazing. Again, I was like, you watch that guy in literally every movie, and he's giving way more than he needs to in every single role.
Before I go to Melissa.
Cheers.
Hello, Bobby. I'm good. How are you? Okay, I wanted to click this one, Cody, because I have a feeling that Melissa here may have something off Martyrs on her list. I don't know her list, but I know this movie. affected her a lot because we
boy.
watched the movie together. So I figured I'd wait till it's
You
her
saw
turn.
the person I became for like the next week after I watched that. It was a journey.
Girl, it was like multiple weeks. I don't know what you mean. You know, some movies it just be like that, you know?
It just does that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you have that on your list?
I actually do. I actually saw that and I'm like, oh, that's gonna segue into that whole little section.
Okay,
of Brooke right here.
perfect. Great. You can talk about it.
Yes. All right. So no surprise, Martyrs is definitely on my list. I literally just wrote Martyrs and put literally all of it, but I'm not going to talk about the whole movie. But that's really kind of like the movie that I feel like fully, I don't want to say desensitized me, but after that, like I have not, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I just haven't been hit like rock that hard watching any like horror movie after that. Like that movie just kind of like genuinely like changed me. And it sounds crazy to say it, but it's just been hard to feel like as much as I felt after watching that movie. Like it's crazy. Like I feel like I can watch anything and I'm like, oh, I've seen it all. It's fine. And I know that like looking at in the spectrum of like all like the disturbing horror movies, that's probably not even like as crazy as they get. But that one just really kind of like hit different. Like it kind of clicked a whole different area of my brain that it's like, that one definitely stuck with me. And I did actually have like that scene. I was going to talk about that when she gets skinned alive. Because it's like, you know, at that point, spoilers if you haven't seen it. I mean, it's also kind of been on for a while. It's before 2010, so we'll count that. It's fine.
We're gonna count it. It's a long
Yeah.
fucking time. Sorry.
I mean, at that point, you know, she's like the remaining girl and she's seen it all. She knows what these people are doing. And you kind of want to hope that maybe, just maybe, there's like a little slim chance that she makes it. But it's like, you know, deep down inside, there's no way. Like, that's it. Like, that's her death sentence. She's not getting out of there. So just see everything even as like leading to before she even goes through all of this, which is like, this happens right when you think it can't get any worse for her. And then they just fully skin this girl alive. And you do sit through a grand majority of that happening to make matters worse. And it's just like that full sense of just dread. Like, this is not a movie with a happy ending. Not that a lot of horror movies do, but something about this one just hits a lot darker because you really kind of get to know these girls. They kind of grow on you. I don't know. They did for me at least. Like, I kind of felt like attached to the characters. I felt really bad. And you kind of want them to have a happy ending, but just kind of knowing throughout the whole movie, like, yeah, that's not really a possibility. Kind of makes it a lot rougher to kind of sit through, just knowing what's going to happen, especially watching it a second time. Don't do that. Don't be me. Don't watch it a second time after you just watched it.
That was pretty bold of you. I have to be honest.
I was not expecting to do it. I don't know why I did.
Quite
right
bold.
after I was recovering, I'm like, let's do this again. No.
This is one of those movies that I watched it once and I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to watch this movie ever again in my life. Like, and not because it's bad. It's just like you watch it once and you're like, oh, I went through this experience. I don't want to go back. Thank you.
Like, it's a great film by all means. It's like, it's a tough watch. At least, like, for us, it was. You know, some people, they can rewatch it, but it's definitely an experience. Fair
For
warning
sure.
if you do go into it, though. Like, it's not an easy watch at all.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Hello,
Cheers.
Lunchman. Welcome. Cheers. Okay, so let's go to a lighter note, I guess. Where do I want to go? Okay, I'll talk about this one. I don't know if it's going to be on anyone else's list here, but if it is, you can just piggyback off me. I have Insidious and I have the lipstick face demon showing up behind Patrick Wilson.
I had that too.
So that scene is super iconic. There's actually there's like a lot of scenes where Patrick Wilson just has like something terrible behind him and he doesn't know. Like this movie, and then in The Conjuring, when like the body's hanging off the tree, and it's like Patrick Wilson, fucking turn around. Do you not know?
Patrick, just stop.
But that scene is so like well done. Just like Insidious is such a well done film. James Wan He's so good. I've talked about him before on my channel. He's so good at setting the tone. And what I love about him is he often does these like haunted house stories. And a great thing about his work is that he kind of really does take you like on the journey. And when I say that, I mean like multiple times in his movies when you watch, we're often in this like big house and he kind of takes you through the layout of the house. Like the camera is going everywhere, so you kind of don't know when something is gonna pop up, and he's getting he's getting you familiar with like the layout of the house. So everything is kind of creepy, and he just immediately sets the vibe and the tone so well. But like the good thing about the Insidious scene is that this happens like in the middle of the day when you already know with Insidious all the bad shit usually happens like late at night. And this moment you feel safe with this family and they're talking about like what's going on, and you're like, oh, this is fine. They're just gonna like talk and everything's fine. They're having coffee. It's the morning. And then it's like that happens and you're like, oh shit. And you're not expecting it, especially in broad daylight. So it's so effective. I love that scene. That's it. That's all I have to say.
There's a lot of good things about Insidious too. Just like again, like how you're saying the camera work, the building, like the coloring is a very big part, and then the sound effects too.
Oh
yeah. Hits you with the I can't do it out there with you.
Yeah.
I don't know, a little spiraling like.
It's amazing. The score's amazing.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also had that on my list with the lipstick demon because honestly, for the longest time, I remember they did show that in the trailer, but knowing that alone kept me away from watching that movie for so long because it freaked me out so much from just the trailer alone.
Yeah.
But then when I watched it, I'm like, okay, this is still like just as effective. Like I'm still just as freaked out, but this movie is fucking great. And like James Wan just has a way of like really immersing you into like that
the world,
kind of mindset. It's because even with the whole panning, like you're kind of like expecting something to happen, but it doesn't happen right when you are expecting.
Exactly. He kind of waits like a beat after, which is so good. But yeah, like I love James Wan. My God, he's so good.
He's great. I want to see him hop back into the horror trend.
I know. I just like want him to do everything. Like, just give me everything.
Do it all, King. Do it all.
Literally, after Malignant, I'm like, you can do whatever you want, James. Mr. Wan, you can do anything you want.
Mr. Wan. All right. Ooh.
Final Destination 1. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. I was fucking panicking.
Yeah. That was traumatizing for a lot of people.
A lot of Final Destination scenes could have been on here. I know a lot of people that aren't even like into horror, but they've seen like scenes on YouTube, like whether it be the logs or the like gymnastics.
That genuinely fucking scares me though.
Yeah.
If we're like in a car and that like log truck is in front, I'm not fucking around with it. We're going to the other lane.
Next lane.
No. Like that could happen to the car behind us. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like let's move. Move lanes right now. No, I don't want that to happen to anyone, but like really, it's scary.
The third one really fueled, like I was already like afraid of like heights and roller coasters. The third one definitely like solidified it for me. Like never, nope, I'm not going on one. Maybe like those like in-house like the 3D ones like in Universal. Because it's like you're on the ground, but it's just like shifting around. But like an actual one, there's no way. You'd have to pay me a lot of money to convince me to do that. It's not gonna be easy.
Francis, do you have another one?
Yeah, I have sort of two. One that I can actually talk about, and the other's kind of brief. But so the brief one, I only just thought of it. It's the ending of the original Child's Play. I know that was kind of a weird scene, but it's specifically, I think, I could be wrong, but I think the end of the film is like a freeze frame on Andy as he's leaving or something like that.
Yeah.
But I adore the the piece of score that plays over the end credits of Child's Play, because it has this sort of haunting, it's like got this innocence to it, but there's some sort of dark, eerie undertone to the vibe of the score. I don't know how to describe it, but it perfectly encapsulates that Andy, he's gone through this poor sweet little boy with this traumatic experience, and no one will ever fucking believe him. He will, for the rest of his life, he will never be able to share this experience with anyone. I mean, he kind of does because Chucky kills him, but that's beside the point. But at that point in time, it's like he will forever be lonely because no one will believe him. People will think he's crazy, and he won't be able to share this to anyone because no one in their right mind would humor him. So I don't know, that's something that always stuck out as such a sad ending to me, that I think a lot of people aren't as, I don't know, emotionally affected by that ending as I am. But anyway, that was just because I talking about Child's Play reminded me. But the actual one I wanted to talk about was a Saw trap from Saw 6. I know Saw. I'm bringing out all the franchises Sleep hates, but specifically the shotgun carousel. It's my favorite trap in the series, and I had a conversation with King Joni recently. About this King indeed, about this trap specifically, and why I think Saw 6 as a whole, the trap plot, but specifically this trap, is so interesting because throughout Saw we become very accustomed to the body horror and the sort of the terror of horrible things being done to your body. But Saw, this trap in particular, I don't know if you guys remember it, but the protagonist has to choose. There are 6 people on this carousel, and he gets to save 2, and the rest of them he has to will be shot. He gets to save 2, and it's based on he's the health insurance guy. That's Saw 6, and he I think these people work out the formula, and the formula lets like a third of each of the insurance cases pass or something like that. So there's some there's this sort of reflection of how unfair the insurance policy is, in how unfair this trap is, and that 4 people have to die. But the magic of it is that these 6 people are all trying to basically plead with this man that they deserve to be saved over everyone else. And then some people start lying. Someone claims she's pregnant, but then we're not sure. Is she lying? Is she being serious? And it's basically 6 desperate people, and this man who has to make an impossible choice of who to save. And I think it's such a great trap because it completely flips Saw on its head. Instead of it being how am I going to be mutilated, it's how the hell do I choose which 2 people deserve to live more than the rest of the other 4. And it's quite it's a horrible scene to put yourself in the shoes in, because there is no right answer. There's no way to pick 2 people to be saved. So I think as a thought experiment, which to me has always been important to Saw, I think the shotgun carousel is a fantastic trap, and I think it's always stuck with me. It's my favorite, and cheers.
Cheers. I'm gonna quickly piggyback off of Francis.
Yay!
And I'm gonna talk about Saw because
No.
I
never thought
I had Saw on my list. Okay, so I have Saw on my list, and I have it from the first film, and it's because when I first watched this movie, I really wasn't expecting that ending, and I'm sure everybody here has seen Saw, but if I'm spoiling it, I'm sorry. When John Kramer gets up.
Oh my god, why are we the same person? I'm sorry.
At the end, my man was just laying in the room acting as if he was dead all this time. Lee Winnell's acting is terrible in this movie also. I love Lee Winnell so much. I say it with so much love. I love him. But It's awful. It's awful. Like Melissa and I actually rewatched Saw together when we were
That's
hanging out.
why.
So I was like, "Oh my god, this was genuinely like so good." Like it's genuinely a good movie, the first one.
Mhm.
I'm not here saying the franchise is good, so don't get it twisted.
Good first one. Burn it.
The first film is very good, and the twist, it sticks with you because it's like, what?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
crazy.
God,
The only reason I didn't have it on mine is because I had the twist spoiled for me before I first saw the film.
That's so
So
sad.
It is, I know. So yeah, so I don't have that same memory of having my mind blown because I knew it.
Yeah.
But if I hadn't had that spoiled for me and I had seen that for the first time, like blind, easily would have been on here because it is
Yeah.
fucking incredible. I love
It is.
introducing it to new people and living through them, getting the
It is.
experience I never got through them.
There's just no way to see it coming as well. It's just like
No.
Yeah.
it's a really good twist. Like there's no hints to it or anything. Like, it's like, oh shit, this man just woke up. He's got like great prosthetics. Okay, the prosthetic king.
There's actually a
Okay.
really good. You mentioned like Lee Winnell's acting, and it's fucking awful. But there's a really
awful.
good deleted scene from I think Saw 3, where because Amanda, I'm not spoiling it. I hope I'm not spoiling it, but it's where Amanda goes to Adam's apartment in the original and kidnaps him. It's like in Saw 3 there's a deleted scene where they cross each other's paths in the hallway of his apartment building, and I think he invites her to come see his band or something like that. And it's quite sad because you can see Amanda sort of, I don't know, she's sort of not sure that, and this guy's kind of being nice to her and she's about to kidnap the guy.
No.
And I don't know, it's I have no idea why it didn't make the final cut because it's a really good scene. And there's not really much Adam other than in the original. I don't think he appears very much at all in the others. So yeah. But that's irrelevant. But now you know.
Lee Winnell, I love him. Not his best, but you know what? It was a passion project, and
Yeah.
I think it was like their baby. It was like their first thing together, and like, I feel like he was kind of like, oh, I'll just be in it. Like, I'll just be in it. Like, we'll save money on hiring someone else.
Have you ever seen the short film?
Bad. No.
He basically plays. It's just the short film is basically just the reverse bear trap scene, but Lee Winnell plays who became Amanda. But it was just,
cool.
I think it was like, it might have been like a to pitch the film. But if you're ever interested in seeing Lee Winnell with the bear trap on, you can find it on YouTube. But yeah.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah. Love and respect to Lee Winnell. Not his best. All right, Shaim. You got any more childhood trauma for us? I say it with love.
I sure do.
I love that. Like,
Oh,
hey,
for
you have
fuck's
any more childhood trauma
sake.
you can
Fuck's sake.
do you have any
I
more
always
childhood
have
trauma we
trauma.
can utilize that we can
Expose. Expose.
Yeah.
Expose is the best word to describe it. I have two. So this one
Cool.
is very brief, but if anyone remembers the movie Pulse with Christian Bell and
Pulse.
Yeah, Pulse.
I think I did watch that one. I don't remember anything about it, but it sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that movie, but it's one of those movies that scarred me kind of briefly, not too much, because I've watched the film, but the thing that always struck out to me the most were those like glitching spirits of the people in that movie. And I've had a nightmare, of course. This is leading to a nightmare.
Of course. Oh my god.
I was
Poor thing.
So this nightmare is me back in a hospital in a very gothic Victorian rundown blue-gray hospital that barely works by any means. There's just flashing lights, dim flash
Too
lights,
much.
and I just kept walking around trying to get out of the hospital. I took the elevator, I took the stairs. It would just let me back in this constant circle of the same hallway. And in the hallway were these glitching ghosts from the film. And they were all over the place. They were behind me, they were on the side of me, right and left, and even in front of me. So I had to just I had to try to find some way to run around them, which I somehow did. It's a dream. I'm not even getting into logic how I ran around them somehow, but I ran around them, made my way to another hall, and around the hall, I found Samara, the ring, around the corner,
Oh.
just holding her arm out and walking and glitching towards me. So there's a mix of the ring and Pulse in this nightmare. And as she was walking towards me, about to kill me, I saw the grudge. I saw the grudge. I heard the grudge from the ceiling, just crawling on the ceiling, looking
You don't
down
need
at
that.
me. So I have the grudge looking down at me from the ceiling. I have the ring right in front of me, Samar right in front of me. And then I turn around and there are still the glitching spirits from Pulse still coming towards me. So at that point, I just woke up and I was like, you know what, forget this. So I just stayed up. Again, this was a school day. So I woke up around 6 or 5, and I stayed up and played a video game for about 2 hours until I was ready to go to school. Oh my god. So yeah, there's the ring, there's Paul's, and there is the grudge. Um
Wow.
so yeah, those are the three, but the one I really want to talk about is Jeepers Creepers, the first movie.
Okay.
And
Oh
it's the
boy.
scene and Andy,
Oh
hold on.
boy.
Andy, just hang on. There's so much to tell. um so it's the whole movie
Oh,
creeped me out, by the
sure.
way. Again, okay, first of all, the dreams that I had from my previous discussion, I had to have been 6. Again, from all these dreams, I've seen Jeepers Creepers when I was 6. We all watched it. My family and I, we all watched it together in the living room, and I was creeped out by the entire movie, not knowing again what it's about. We all just kind of went into it blindly, and I remember having multiple nightmares for years of the creeper. I've had nightmares of him just in his scarecrow form, just tumbling towards me, and from my POV inside of his truck, I see a window of him just like a scarecrow tumbling and walking towards me, towards the window. That's one of my nightmares that I've had. um but the scene that affected me the most from that movie was the ending of Derry having his eyes taken out from the creeper.
Oh,
That scene that
like,
scene just burned out to me in another nightmare too, because I had the exact same nightmare of me like sort of being the cameraman from this POV, just walking through that rundown meat warehouse, and there's cobwebs everywhere. It's very brown. It's very just musky. There's dead bodies all over, hanging up, and there's a creeper just working on Derry's eyes as it's being taken out. And my nightmare just ends with the creeper looking through his eye socket, and I just woke up, and that whole nightmare and film just traumatized me. And to this very day, the creeper scares me more than any horror villain out there, even Chucky, because I've
really?
gotten used to Chucky, but I'm still very scared of the creeper.
Oh,
So
Wow.
yep. So that's a lot, but yeah, there you go. So I
I
got
love
the
it.
so I got the Pulse, I got the Ring, I got the Grudge, and then I got
yeah.
Jeepers Creepers.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a lot. Those
Yeah.
are great though. Thank you. I love that Shaheem just has like these very detailed dreams
It's
about these
great.
movies.
Yeah.
It's so scary though, genuinely.
It's like maladaptive daydream, but like it sounds like lack of control over it, and
Girl,
it
that
makes
sounds
it
terrible.
way worse.
Yeah. For sure. Okay. We're back to Andy now.
Okay. I mean, it's a really good thing I had my microphone off this whole time because I'm freaking the fuck out at everything Shaheem says. Because like everything that Shaheem says is so it's so valid, and
Yeah.
yet I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe you're going through this weird shit, man. Anyway, okay. Well, listen. All right, let me try to forget about all of that real quick. Shaheem, if you ever need anyone to talk to, like $25 an hour, we'll discuss. Okay, so no. All right, but so anyway, let's talk about horror movies again real quick. All right, so before I get into any of the real obvious stuff, I don't know how long I'm going to be talking about this because I could talk about this all night long, and I sincerely want to talk to Shaheem for several hours more just to make sure he's okay. But reach out to me anytime, buddy. I am legitimately concerned about you. But so let's talk about. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love all you guys, but I'm also only partially kidding about being concerned about your well-being. Okay, so let's talk about scenes that are really impactful in horror movies. It seems like a bit of a cheat, but I'm going to go to Alfred Hitchcock, right? So a bunch of classic movies. Now, many years ago, Linessa's not on here right now, right? So she's not going to make fun of me for going back 100 years in history.
Yeah, she's not here.
Okay, good. She's not going to make fun of me for being a caveman for talking about anything. So let's talk about Alfred Hitchcock real quick. We recently went through a phase where okay, so I'll say this: 1,000 years ago, when I was in college, I took a course on film, right? And one of the many movies that we had to watch and talk about back then was Alfred Hitchcock, and specifically the movie Rope. Okay. Now, I don't know how many people who are on this channel right now or who are in the chat who have ever seen the movie Rope. Has anyone on the channel, any participants here, Celise or Melissa or Francis or Shaheem, have you ever guys seen this movie?
The Rope?
No.
It's just called Rope.
Oh no, I don't know what that is.
Okay. I just want to know. It doesn't matter necessarily because it's a movie worthy of watching regardless. It's not about spoilers. Okay, this is a movie that was recommended to me to watch again 100 years ago when I went to college and I took a class about movies. We talked about the movie The Rope. Okay, so Rope, just to give you a real quick introduction to the movie. This was a story. This was originally a stage play. Okay, so this is a theater production, and that will make more sense when you understand the movie. So this is a theater production that Alfred Hitchcock adapts into a film, and this is Alfred Hitchcock adapting a film rather, and he's kind of flexing his incredible talent as a director. All right, this is a very early, if not the first. This is a very early color picture film for Alfred Hitchcock. And the main gag here is that when he films this movie, you're watching this movie take place in real time. This is a thriller more than a horror movie, but I think it counts, and it counts as far as like an incredible like scene performance. There's a lot of incredible scenes in the movie, and I highly recommend everyone go watch this movie. Go wherever you can find it. Go find this movie. Watch it. It's really, really amazing. It is very loosely based on the actual case of Leopold and Loeb, who were they were a couple of serial killers who commit a murder, and their whole shtick is that they are so smart they're going to be able to commit the ultimate serial. They're going to be able to commit a murder, and no one's going to find out. They were totally wrong, by the way, but their conceit was that they could do it, and that no one would figure out what they're doing. So anyway, but that's Leopold and Loeb. The movie movie Rope was a stage play adapted into a movie by Alfred Hitchcock. And what's so interesting about this movie is that, again, if you've never seen it, what's interesting is he essentially films everything in real time. What that means at the time is that he sets up a camera, he films everything in roughly 10-minute intervals. Okay. So what that means is there are no cuts in any of the scenes. There are no times when an actor gets to like stop acting and then begin acting later on. This movie has no cuts. So people with acting experience like Celise will understand how impactful that means.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm trying to find where you are. Someone who knows about stage acting, you understand that when you are acting for an entire scene, and there are no cutaways. Okay, that's how this movie is. That's how this movie plays out. So you're watching the movie Rope, right? And what it essentially is about is it's about two young people, two affluent, highly well-educated young people who have committed a murder. And the thing is, they think that they're so good, they're so smart, they're going to get away with this murder. In so much as when they've committed the murder, after which they take the body, they put the body in a table, essentially. They put the body in a table in a living room area, and they have a dinner party in which the body is in this table. Okay. And then the whole movie plays out. Oh, by the way, you have Jimmy Stewart is in this movie. So if you're wondering about what the acting pedigree of the film is, Jimmy Stewart is in a movie, and he's great. I mean, he's one of the best actors there's ever been, and he's great in this movie. And this is also an Alfred Hitchcock film. So what you're watching is a bunch of scenes in which no one is cutting away. There's no cutaways. There's no editing. There's no like breaking away, moving to another scene. You're watching the camera move around the scene, going from one vignette to another, watching actors basically talk. Okay. And there's been a murder, and the conceit once again is that the people who've committed the murder are having a dinner party, and they assume no one is going to figure out that they've committed this murder. So that's the whole movie. That's what you're watching. And again, it's an Alfred Hitchcock film. Go watch the movie if you've never seen it. Rope is amazing. Watch it. And again, you're watching a director film a scene in 10-minute long intervals without cutting away, which again, at the time, totally unheard of. Nowadays, it would be totally unheard of. No one would do that. It's crazy. Right? So anyway, there is a moment in the movie where the murder has already occurred. The body of the victim is put into a table, and the table is being used as an area in which to like serve dinner for this dinner party. So like there's a table, they put a couple of candles on this table, they put food out on this table, and in this table, in this desk area, they basically stowed a body away. And then they've invited a bunch of people over to this dinner party. And so this whole thing is happening. You're watching the camera move around at the scene and interact with all these people. They're all having these different interactions. And the whole time there is a body in this table, and you're waiting for someone to find out that the murder occurred. Right. And again, and by the way, you throw Jimmy Stewart into the scene. He's supposed to be the smartest person in the room. So what happens at one point, and the reason I bring this up for this particular discussion is that at one point, again, I said like the camera never like goes away and actors are cut away from a scene. There's actors outside of the scene that are acting. They're delivering their dialogue, but the camera's not on them. So you're watching a scene in which Jimmy Stewart and a bunch of other actors are all acting, and yet the camera's not on them. The camera is on this table, and the table is being cleared away by a woman who is hired to sort of be like a maid. She's cleaning up, she's putting out the food, she's taking away the food, she's doing all these things. And there is this long scene, right, in the movie. Again, you're talking about film footage at the time is 10 minutes at a time. So you're watching 10 minutes worth of film footage of a woman coming away, clearing away a table and putting things away. And you know, in this table is a body that is going to be discovered. And this woman is going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And she's picking up things and putting it away, picking up things and putting it away. And just off screen where you can't see, there's a bunch of actors having a conversation about stuff. And the whole time you're watching this scene, you're like, holy shit, is this chick going to like put things away? Is she going to put so much away on this table that she's eventually going to open it up and put books away or whatever she's going to do and then reveal the entire plot of the movie? It unfolds in such a way as it is mind-blowing to watch. Like we watched it, I watched this scene again just very recently. I've been slowly introducing my wife to a bunch of Hitchcock movies because they're very important to see. And we watched this movie and we were both on the edge of our seat waiting for the woman to finally discover the fact that there's a murder and there's a body in the center of this dinner party that's happening. And we're losing our minds waiting for someone to finally like see what's happening. And I'm not going to say what happens, but the scene plays out for so long that you are literally like our hands were just like gripped into the seats of our couch. We're just like waiting, like, holy shit, is she going to discover? Are all these people going to see? Watch the movie. If for no other reason that the technical achievement that Alfred Hitchcock like achieved here, this is clearly a director who's like, I'm so good at making movies that I'm kind of fucking bored that I'm going to do something that nobody should do, where I'm going to literally film a movie in which the only times I break away from filming is when I run out of film. Like he filmed it in 10-minute increments. And the only reason he breaks away ever is because they ran out of film. And then it picks back up again. And you watch a bunch of actors have to be on film acting perfectly for 10 to some odd minutes straight, perfectly. Watch the fucking movie. Oh my god, I hope you're talking about Rope. Watch the movie. It's fucking amazing. It's a technical achievement that I don't know that a lot of people could accomplish now, let alone accomplish at the time of the technological things that they had to surmount at the time. Anyway, watch the movie, and then when you get to the scene where this lady is clearing away the scene of a crime and you're about to watch a body get revealed to a bunch of people, it is fucking awesome. It's so good. Watch the movie. Watch all of Alfred Hitchcock's films, but especially watch Rope. Rope is worth checking out. Yes, watch Rope.
Rope is now going on my Letterboxd list. Rope.
To anyone who's involved in film production, any interest in film whatsoever, watch Rope. It is an incredible technical achievement. And there are and again, you get to watch Jimmy Stewart act for a little while, which is great because he's amazing. But the scene, and you'll know what I'm talking about when you see it, but the scene in which a woman is basically clearing away a table under which a body is being hidden, and you know for sure she's about to encounter it. And there is so much acting occurring just off screen. You sit there and you watch and you wait, and you're like, wait, are they going to do nothing while this woman finds the body? Watch the movie and thank me later. It fucking rules. Yeah, Rope by Alfred Hitchcock. This one Go check it out.
Cool. Joe Bob says, check it out.
Check it out.
Sounded like one of them Joe Bob rants.
I know. Well, Listen, everything I say sounds like a Joe Bob rant.
Funny. Oh my god, no, that's great. I love it. Okay, Melissa, what do you got for me?
Honestly, I only have like 2 left, so I figured like one of them is a little to not end on a dark note. I'm gonna start with the dark one first, and then go with the one that's more goofy.
Okay.
So my first one is The Mist. Obviously, the ending sequence to that. Ooh. I mean, it still kind of hits. Like, it's again another moment. It's like once they think that they're finally maybe, well, they don't think they're trying to get their way out. You know, that's the whole sequence. They're driving through. There's still like mist everywhere. They can't see anything. And at one point, they just kind of stop in the car. He has the gun, and basically everyone just kind of dies, including his like kid and everything. And literally, like right the last second, he steps out the car, and all the mist is just gone. Like if they would have just waited maybe like an extra minute or 2 debating before they actually did it, they all could have survived.
Yeah.
That one just hits. And again, with like the kids dying, it's like, it's like I can't even imagine having to see like all these people you become close to, let alone your own child, and having to kind of put them out because you think that that's it. Like this is it. It's not going to get any better. And all it took was like if they would have waited a few more minutes. That's like, that one definitely kind of stuck with me for a while. The other one that I have, full disclaimer, it's not a horror movie, but I thought about it because this scene did deeply scar me as a child. I don't know if any of you guys have ever watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Girl, that's iconic. Of course.
Freaking Christopher Lloyd as Judge Doom. And like he just starts getting all animated and his eyes get huge and his hair gets crazy. And then it all leads up to him like melting. That whole sequence.
That shit was crazy.
Oh my god. First of all, I look back at that movie and I'm like, this was for kids because this movie, there's a lot of weird undertones and stuff going on. And like,
that was one of my favorite movies as a kid. Oh my god. The amount of times I watched that movie was insane. I don't know how I didn't break the VHS tape.
Oh my god, same. That was like my go-to.
Me too.
Holy shit.
Obsessed.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That movie is insane.
That's in such the same category as the like Big Top Pee-wee, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Pee-wee's Adventure, when you have all these like bizarre claymation scenes.
Yeah.
In which there's a monster like revealed at the end of that scene. It's exactly the same idea. Like if you got through any big Pee-wee Herman movie, you could for sure get through that a Roger Rabbit movie. It's the same idea, but yeah, it's horrific. Especially because it's Christopher Lloyd. Like, God, man, he fucking went for it in that movie.
So good, yeah.
For sure.
What an icon, man.
Yes,
icon.
That's why I'm so hyped for the Spirit Halloween movie.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from the fact that I am a huge Spirit Halloween fan, I'm really, really hoping that it's a fun, cool movie for young people to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna give my last 2 as well. I like just wrote a bunch down. I'm trying to see which 2 be good to discuss. Okay. All right. I think first I'm gonna do what Melissa did, where she talks about the dark one first, and then. But you know what? I don't know how like my second one. I don't know if it's gonna be that light, but actually, wait. I'm gonna give 3. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna give 3, and then that's it for me. Okay. So the darkest one I have is a scene from Hereditary. So I don't know if I'm spoiling if you haven't seen Hereditary yet. I'm sorry if you haven't. I don't know. I'm gonna spoil it anyways. So I have to talk about the scene. So when Charlie gets beheaded, is like not only is it like such a shock because like you genuinely don't expect that to happen. It's not even just that. It is literally Alex Wolff's performance. Like his face, like in like I don't know what the fuck the mirror is called up there in the car. I don't drive. They just like show that and his eyes and everything, and it's like chilling. It's such a chilling performance. And just him going back to the house, like just driving away, going back to the house, and then just like getting in bed. And it's like, and then the next morning you just hear like Toni Collette's like blood curdling scream. That is so fucking traumatic. I mean, Hereditary is like a movie about trauma. The whole movie is so fucking traumatic. But that scene is stuck with me for so long, and I often think about it just because the performances from everybody is so good. And it's just not, it's not your typical beheading scene. And it's so effective and so good. I just love that movie. A family-friendly movie.
Hereditary.
Don't watch that with your family. So that's the darkest one I have. We'll go to this one next. Then I've written a letter to daddy scene in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. And that one is solely because the performance is amazing. It is creepy as well, but this is like completely about Betty Davis. Betty Davis, Queen Betty Davis. Like Queen, bitch slayed, like owned that movie. Okay. Like so good. I could watch this movie a million times. Shout out to Andy here for recommending that movie. It has now become one of my favorite movies. And if you're into acting and like performances, you have to see that movie. I mean, come on. It's a really good. Then for silly, I'm gonna put The Conjuring 2, The Nun coming out of the painting and running towards Lorraine is like legitimately so good. It's so well thought out. It's like genuinely scary. It's just so good. And like I fucking hate that the nun is like genuinely scary in that movie. And then they made the shit show that is the Nun movie. And they were like, this is her standalone film. And it was fucking awful. And was like, she was not scary like at all in that movie. Like, what was that movie? Listen, I'm hearing that the Nun 2 is coming out. And I'm like, are we redeeming ourselves? Because we need to redeem ourselves. I mean, like, it's about a creepy nun. It's religious horror. Can we fucking up the ante? Can we do better? Like, no. Thaisa Farmiga is cute. Thank you. But like Thaisa Farmiga being cute doesn't help the movie. Write a good script. That's it. That's it for me, guys. that's all my scenes.
That's a really good movie.
It's the beheading for me.
You just gotta add the emoji with the nails. It's like
okay, Francis, do you have any more left?
I do not, sadly.
Okay. Shaheem, do you have any more left? More childhood trauma.
Yes, there is more to come, and I shall expose them.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of go from sci-fi goofy to dark, to just pure dark. So for sci-fi, I have The Faculty. The Faculty scarred me very vividly. I have to have been very young when I seen it. The Queen reveal very much scarred me for that age. I had to have been probably 4, possibly 4 or 5. Yeah, possibly 4 when I've seen it. And I just had the scene that stuck out to me the most was her reveal and that bleacher scene because I also had a nightmare shot from shot
Oh
of
my
that
god.
bleacher scene from Casey's POV. And I didn't get infected, but she was stuck there and I made it out. But when I came around the corner to run to the locker room, the destroyed locker room, the queen caught me from the other side. I don't know how she did it, but she should have been caught from the bleachers, but she ended up catching me anyway from her tentacles and just brought me in. And then I just ended
What?
up waking up from that, and then I was just like, okay. And I went back
This
to
is
sleep.
just like a stream about Shaim's dreams.
Yes, and nightmares that had yeah, just scenes from movies that have affected me to nightmare
I love
fuel.
it.
So yeah, that's the Faculty. The second one is Trilogy of Terror, that Indian
Oh.
doll.
Hmm.
Yeah. That whole movie, well, short. Yeah, thank you, Andy. That whole short scarred me. Just scarred me. I had a whole nightmare of just being chased by that Indian doll around the entire place. I can't remember what house I was in with this nightmare, but it was just like it was like a foggy, kind of like raunchy, foggy imagery, almost like a fever dream again. So I just
Hmm.
remembered running around trying to escape this Indian doll that was just chasing me. I ran into my room. I jumped on my bed. I flipped the bed over on the doll to make sure I ran out of the room safely. I tried to get out the door. The door was locked. I I couldn't get out of the fire escape that some reason had a fire escape. I don't know why, but I had a fire escape. Couldn't even run out the window to the fire escape because that was locked too. Only to turn around and then the Indian doll just jumps on my face and stabs my face with his little knife.
Oh my
Just
god.
and all I hear
Tea.
is just him yelling, just like as he's
Oh my
stabbing
god,
me
I
and like
hate it.
yeah, and I just like woke up from that and I was just like with a huge gasp of relief. I was like, oh my god, what the I was like, thank you, mom. Thank you for putting this on at some point. And again, these two movies, I had to, I was at a very young age seeing it. So
Oh my
now
god.
I saved the best for last, and that is Chucky. Oh God. So the scenes that stuck out for me. Okay, so first of all, Bride, just from that Frankenstein Living Dead girl opening, the imagery of Chucky, scarred Chucky, always traumatized me. Um, I was very young, of course, seeing it. I didn't really have like now these nightmares of just like from the scarred Chucky was very like vivid, but also very foggy, so I couldn't really remember too much. It was just like burnt imagery in my eyes, just seeing the scarred Chucky doll from Bride. It didn't scare me as much because Jennifer Tilly, but still, that scarred Chucky look just scared the crap out of me. But as I've gotten older, I've watched Seed of Chucky, and the scene that stuck out to me the most, I was very disturbed by that film, but it was just like this little quick scene of Chucky just bringing his voice down and just going like nobody leaves me. It's that shot of like his eyes just like up close to that camera and Brad's voice just like dropping as he's saying that line nobody leaves me. It just like stuck with me to the point where I had a nightmare of I don't know, just that scene of him saying it, and I just like woke up in a split second because and to this day I can't even watch that quick little scene of him saying that line. I can, but it just like brings back memories of that nightmare. So the last two nightmares I've had about this doll This one, I don't even see Chucky in this nightmare. I just expected him to be there. So I don't know. I don't know what age or whatever, but this nightmare was again very foggy and raunchy because I was like I was like in my foggy. It's like a foggy room that I'm in, and it's my room. There's a bunk bed on the right side. There I am sitting on the floor, or at least laying on the floor, and then this fog comes in, and all I hear is like this voice, this chilling, haunting voice in the air, just going like, "Here's Chucky," and the door just slowly creaks open, and I'm expecting it to be Chucky, but I don't see Chucky because I just sit there for a minute, and the door just continues to crack open very slowly, and I just wake up from my nightmare because I was too scared to just stay inside of it. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't do this." I was like, "No, I can't do this." And now this last nightmare is the darkest nightmare that I have ever had in my life to this very day. Um, you guys heard all of my darkest nightmares. This one for me hits personal, and it's a
Oh
funny,
no,
it's a darkly funny one.
I'm
So
scared.
yeah, so I my mother picked me up from the park, and then and actually I've mentioned this nightmare to you, Celeste, in one of your streams. I don't know if you remember this one.
Oh.
Um, I was being picked up from the park, and I went down like this, and the car went down this dark like dark tunnel. Can't even really see
Mm.
anything except for like these kind of like yellow neon lights. Dim. It's very dim, dark in there. Neon lights are like on the side of the ceiling, so it's able for me to see my mom, but in a very dimmed way. And I don't know why I asked her this question about Chucky. I was just like, what would happen if Chucky came to life? I don't know why I asked her this question, but I asked her this question, and her response wasn't even from her voice. It was Chucky's voice. And
Oh, I
I
remember
just
this.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Her response was in Chucky's voice, and she was just like, "Wanna play?" And the Chucky voice, and I was just like, "No, no, no!" I gasped and woke up gasping and sweating, drenched, just drenched. And I think what caused that nightmare was for me watching that scene of his voice box dying out at the end of Child's Play, the first movie. And I think from that, just from that scene, it kind of came back to me in that nightmare. And yeah, I was just like, I just gasped out of complete shock that Chucky's voice was coming out from my mother. I was like, oh my god. Oh, I was so scarred. And again, it was a school day, so I had to just stay up and play a video game for about 2 hours, and again, just wait until I went to school. And pretty much gotten over it though through the whole day. But I just remember that morning I was so traumatized. So yeah, the Faculty, Trilogy of Terror, Chucky. So there you go. That's all I
Nice.
have to share tonight for my trauma. No more trauma. No more trauma for me tonight.
Lovely. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. But cheers.
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 Uh,
All right. And do you have any more for us to wrap up?
So we're doing a wrap up,
That is correct.
as you just said. Okay, let me wrap up a bunch of shit real quick.
Okay.
All right, so this is the last round that we're talking about anything. All right, so real quick, let's talk about fucked up scenes, right?
Yeah. What's happening?
Dude, how long did it take for me to like remember what we're doing?
That scared me. I'm like, yes, that's what we've been doing for 3 hours.
Oh no. Andy's having a stroke real quick. Let's
Is
call the
everything okay?
doctors.
What's
No,
happening?
nothing is okay. But it's also not your responsibility. Okay, so Grandpa Andy is going to talk about some movies real quick, and this is the last time you're going to hear from me ever on Selisa's channel. Okay.
That sounds so dark.
Well, this is. Did you not say? Did you not? Did we not reveal?
No, I was gonna say that at the end of the stream.
Oh fuck! All right. So anyway, for
It's
no
okay.
reason at all, for no reason at all, this is the last thing you'll ever hear from me ever. Okay.
D said, Andy, you good? I'm asking myself that question. We have been streaming for a bit, so
No,
it's
I'm not good.
understandable. We're tired.
I'm not fucking good. Are you kidding me? All right. So real quick, everyone expects me to talk about a certain movie because I'm always wearing that T-shirt, and everyone knows about it. So before I get to that, let's talk about a couple of movies real quick, without spoiling too much. First of all, go watch if you've never seen it.
Go
This
watch
came out-
Rope. I thought he was gonna say that.
No,
Sorry.
Celeste, if you have not already seen the movie Rope,
I
you're so
haven't. You
I'm
told me
just
about it for a
so
while.
disappointed in you. No, go
Go watch
go
Rope.
watch it. Go watch it. Go
Stream
watch
Rope now.
Oh my god, go watch Rope right now. Damn it. Hold on. Slowly watching me try to remember my password so I can see my list. Okay, so my list of movies to watch. So
boy.
assuming you've already seen the movie Rope. Now a bunch of other movies you need to have already seen is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. We talked about this on our last live stream when we did our quiz show or trivia show. I forget what year this movie came out. This was like a 1970, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Anyway, it's the one with oh Jesus. All right, so maybe I've forgotten a lot about the movie that I'm about to recommend to you.
Okay.
But Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Go watch it. Okay. It's not that one, it's the other one. All right. Go see it. And I'm not going to get into a lot of details about
Go
the
watch.
particular scene that makes me say, holy shit, go watch this movie. Because I don't want to spoil anything for the audience. But it's literally in the last seconds of the movie that you will see a scene that make you go, holy shit, this movie's amazing. Go watch that movie. It has a lot of scenes in the movie that if you once you've seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers, you will go back and rewatch the movie and then kind of appreciate scenes that you didn't notice the first time you watched the movie. Trust me on this one. You're going to watch the movie and then you're going to go back and rewatch the movie and then take notes and you're like, holy fuck, they layered in so many cool little weird moments throughout the movie. All these weird things that I did not notice that I should have noticed, but I didn't notice. But you'll watch it and then you watch the end of the movie. You're like, oh god damn it, what a bleak ending to a movie. This is that movie. Go watch that movie. Okay, so I won't go into details. But the end of this movie is one of the most impactful in all of horror or all of science fiction. It really is up there, and it deserves to be. So please go watch that one, and thank me later. And when I say thank me later, I mean like go to my social medias and find a way to pay me money. Okay, so now the movie that I know you guys are expecting me to talk about is The Exorcist. Because that's the movie that I champion the most out of all the movies that I've ever watched. I talk about The Exorcist a lot because of how good a movie it is. And actually, I think it's one of the best movies ever made. And I think it deserves all the awards. Right? Now, as far as impactful goes, I would suggest first and foremost, go read the book by William Peter Blatty, upon which the movie is based. And then you'll really super duper appreciate all the moments in the movie. Okay, so assuming you didn't read the book, which is fine, nobody reads anything anymore. Now we go back and we watch the
Ah,
movie.
it's not true.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know. I'm being a bit of a dickhead right now. William Peter Blatty, he writes really good stuff. Matter of fact, I'll say this: I went back and I watched the Joe Bob Briggs introduction to the movie Exorcist 3, and I'll say this. Wait, this is all a big ad for Andy's Santa. D, are you my one subscriber to my Santa Claus OnlyFans? Okay.
Oh my god. D, what did you start?
It's hot. But okay, so this is what I'll say. I went back and I rewatched like Joe Bob Briggs talking about Exorcist. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. He's talking about the movie The Exorcist. And what's so weird is that he doesn't get any of the plot of that movie, and it was so infuriating to me. I was like, "What do you mean you don't get this movie? It's so simple. It's so basic. Jesus Christ, just get the movie." And that's fine. You don't have to get it. Whatever. I'm not gonna make you like understand a movie. I'm not gonna make you like rewatch that movie and understand it. I don't care. Whatever. So whatever. Don't do or don't watch the movie. But the Exorcist, the original movie, which I think I'm going to talk about, but I forgot whether or not I'm talking about because of how drunk I am. Here's the thing. I'm sorry, Felice. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Felice.
It's fine.
Let me finally get to the point.
I'm laughing. It's funny.
Let me finally get to the point. Is this
okay?
The point of that movie, the point of the movie, The Exorcist.
The suspense is truly killing us.
The reason why I love that movie so much, and the reason why I think it's one of the best movies ever made, it has nothing to do with the special effects in that movie. Let me put that to bed immediately. The special effects in the movie actually date it horribly, and they do not hold up. Like the head spinning around, fuck that. Vomiting, pea soup, fuck that. None of those scenes hold up. Sadly, they don't hold up. They're kind of dumb, and they're not my favorite parts of the movie. And in the year 2000, when they re-released that movie and said, "Oh, here's a big like scary version of the movie you're never supposed to see," and then they released the movie and it had what's oh no, we lost Shaheen.
He came back,
and he's back. It's fine.
I don't know. That was weird.
In The Exorcist, in the version you never saw before version of the movie The Exorcist, you have that scene where the girl crab walks down the stairs and it's amazing. Whatever. That's a terrible scene. It doesn't belong anywhere near that movie. Right? So why is that movie so good? There's a couple of scenes in that movie that are really, really amazing, and none of them have anything to do with the special effects, other than the Dick Smith special effects that made the priest look older than he was supposed to be in the movie. Other than that, the special effects in the movie are not that impressive. What was I saying? Oh, so why that movie is so terribly effective. Here's the scariest moment in the scene in that whole movie for me. There's a couple of them. Number one scariest movie, a scariest scene in that movie. Again, my favorite movie of all time. Number one scariest moment in that movie is when Linda Blair, as a very young little girl, is being tested by all of these doctors, and the doctors are saying, "Hey, they're trying to figure out what's wrong with this poor kid because they for sure know that she's not possessed by the devil." They say, "Hey, how do you feel? Do you feel this?" And they're doing the little hammer on the knees, and they're doing all these like involuntary actions to external stimulus tests on her. She literally looks directly at one of the doctors at one point, and she says, "I don't feel anything." That is the scariest moment in the entire movie for me. For a little girl to be examined by a bunch of doctors, and then they say, "Hey, how do you feel when I do this?" And she looks up at them and says, "I don't feel a damn thing." That is fucking terrifying. That to me was the scariest moment in the entire movie, when Linda Blair looked at those doctors that I don't feel anything. that said to me like, oh shit, we are dealing with something that is well beyond the realm of what we think we're supposed to be dealing with in this movie. Neither science nor religion can handle what is about to happen when this movie fucking pops off. And then a bunch of other awful things happen. So what I do want to bother to mention is, for people who've only seen the movie and they've never read the book, in the movie, especially in the year 2000 or so re-release of the film, when Peter Blatty, or I'm sorry, when William Friedkin gets to add a whole bunch of extra scenes into the movie that don't belong in the movie. The most famous scene is that scene where the possessed girl like crab walks down. That she basically walks down the stairs on her feet and on her hands backwards, and then she vomits blood for some reason at the bottom of the stairs, and everyone freaks the fuck out. And it's an incredibly effective scene when you watch it in the movie. You're like, oh my god, that's terrible. Why would that happen? The reason why that was cut and the reason why it doesn't actually fit in the movie is because it's too extreme a moment that happens too early on in the movie. When you read the book, what happens is that Reagan, who is absolutely possessed by something, she is walking around like that on the bottom on the like the bottom floor of the apartment that they're renting at the time. And she's walking around on her hands and feet backwards, and her tongue is flicking in and out of her mouth, and she's licking the heels of her own mother. And the woman who's supposed to be in charge of Reagan O'Neill is looking at this saying, oh shit, that's terrible. And her mother looks down and says, oh fuck, that's an awful situation. And they see this little tiny girl who's going through this awful situation, and she's all bent over and she's licking her mother's feet, and she's all backwards, and it's such a weird situation. And in the movie, they chose to translate this by having her go downstairs like that, which doesn't make any sense. But when you read the book, the scene is fucking horrific. It's really hard to deal with, and when you read it, you're like, holy shit, this is an amazingly disturbing scene in the book that cannot possibly translate into a movie. And then you watch the movie, you realize, oh yeah, that should not have translated once in the course of this movie, but they try anyway, and it's okay. It's an okay scene. So what I was trying to say before I went into this long ass tangent was the best scene in the movie. I'm sorry. The best scene in the movie is when the possessed girl is asked what's up with her, and she says, I don't feel a fucking thing. That's the best scene in the movie. That's the scariest moment that you can possibly watch a young girl going through all this weird medical experimentation. When you watch that little girl say, I don't feel a thing, that is terrifying as an adult, and especially as a father watching a daughter go through something awful. When you realize that, oh Jesus, medical science nor religion can possibly account for all the awful things that happen to a person in a story. So that's why that's my favorite movie. If you're very new to this channel or to anything, anytime I showed up on Salisa's live streams, and the reason why I talk about The Exorcist all the time is because of that. It's because of the performance of the little girl in relation to all the totally bizarre shit happening around her. I think it's so fascinating. It's so good, and it's so scary. And the book is amazing. So go read it, and that's it. Go read the book, watch the movie, and watch the third movie, and then go to bed.
Fabulous.
What did I just say?
Was that your final one?
I think so, because everything else I have is kind of like, I think everything else I have is kind of like full of spoilers and shit. So I don't really want to talk about.
Makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Valid. Yeah.
Everything else I have is like, no.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I was going to talk about The Thing. Which is not so much a spoiler. It's just one of those scenes where it's like, holy fuck, this is the most amazing scene I've ever seen in a film. The blood test scene in The Thing.
Great scene.
It's a scene where it's like, it's just full of tension, and then it's fucking chaos until the scene ends. which is like holy shit, amazing. Buckle up. That's a great one. And then I talk about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Watch the end of Invasion of the Body. It's one of the best endings to a movie ever made. Watch that one. And then that's it. The only other movie I literally had on my list was Dead Alive. And I don't know what I was going to say about Dead Alive, except that it's one of my favorite movies of all time. So go watch it.
Great movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, yay!
Yay, we got through Andy's weird fucking long.
We talked about a lot of scenes tonight. We're almost at 4 hours on the stream
Longest
today.
stream to date.
Yeah, poor Francis is
Probably.
in the UK. It's probably morning for him.
It is 5:30. I'm fighting for my life.
5:30
I
a.m.
am fighting for
Francis
my
should be
life.
going to work right now.
5:30.
I need to go to bed.
Okay, well, this is a perfect moment for me to thank everybody here. Thanks, Melissa, as always. Thank you, Andy. Thanks, Shaheem. And thank you, Francis.
Thank you, Cerise.
Aw, so sweet.
Yes,
So
thank
this
you,
is-
Celise. Thank
Aw,
everybody on
thank
this
you.
panel.
So this is probably, well, this is the final stream for On the Scare. I have like a lot of things going on right now, so I can't manage this stream and Table Screams. Table Screams will still be happening every other month as promised with Melissa here. This is the last time we'll be doing discussion live streams with the patrons. So I hope you all enjoyed our final episode. If you care to watch all the other ones, they're in a playlist on my channel. So check that out. Thank you to everybody for hanging out. And especially a huge thank you to my patrons for being amazing and coming up with like long lists and being here, saying things on the spot, and some of them getting out of their comfort zone, not really being on camera, and just being absolute rock stars. Thank you, Andy, Shaheem, Francis. Thank you to all the previous patrons who have been on streams before. Love you all. And thank you, everybody in the chat, for being amazing. That's it. That's all I got.
Yep. Love you all so much.
Aw.
Aww, we're so cute.
It's been a great journey, you guys. It's been a good one.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thank you
Yeah,
for
it's been
the opportunity to rant and rave about things we love and hate.
And hate. Of
Yeah,
course.
Well, yeah, love and
mostly
hate.
hate for me.
Yes.
But
For sure. Nobody else is
Grow
doing
up
what
to
Celeste
hate.
is doing.
Aw,
No,
thank you.
So
Thank
it's,
you,
it's very
Melissa.
important. It's
Yeah.
very important to
very
recognize
unique
like
for that.
how crazy it is that Celeste said, "Hey, anyone who's a patron can come onto my channel and maybe ruin everything." So it's fucking wild. Well, I mean, you don't
nobody
know.
ruined anything.
I know, but you don't know. You don't know. Maybe we're a bunch of fucking lunatics.
No.
So the fact that you opened up your YouTube channel and allowed a bunch of lunatics to get onto here and to say, and by lunatics I only mean myself.
No, I'm a lunatic too, Andy.
Everyone else
As you-
is
as you-
very
as
well
you've heard
behaved.
from- As you've heard from everything I've just told you tonight, you know that I'm a lunatic too.
Shaheem's like, I got it down.
Listen.
I got childhood trauma on lock.
I admit that with a passion. Like I am a psychopath, but very well behaved.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, okay, very well behaved psychopath.
You didn't have to. Yep. There you go.
But yeah, the fact that Celeste allowed any of us to just show up on her live streams once a month at all is fucking insane. And the fact that it's going on as long as it has been is really special. And I'm sure the other guys would chime in too. But for myself, has been the
Yeah, just
it's been the
from
highlight of my
yeah.
whole month.
Aw, I'm so
So-
happy. That's so nice.
It absolutely wrecked my sleep schedule,
I'm so sorry.
but it's been a very fun time, and
Aw.
I've very much enjoyed it.
I'm
Thank you
so
for letting
glad.
me voice my hatred for Scary Movie.
Oh,
really
and Rocky
appreciate-
Horror.
and
Rocky Horror Picture
thank
Show.
you.
The remake.
Yeah,
very
thank you for
funny.
giving me a platform to spread
welcome.
hate for those films.
Yeah, and Sleece, you know me. I'm always behind you 100%, and you too, Melissa.
Thank
The
you.
way you
Thank
two
you.
contribute to this channel to make it different and unique from every other horror YouTuber channel that's out there, female or male. You guys
you.
have put together something unique and special that no one else is doing, and I applaud you both for that. And for Andy and Francis, it's been an honor to talk to you guys too as well about all of these horror movies that we either hate, love, or love to hate, or hate to love. It all goes in a cycle.
Aw.
But from like the thumbnails, your creativity, the way you guys just nailed down all these topics that you guys want us to talk about, to the rules, and sometimes just spanning out of control for the sake of it to make a good, entertaining stream. all of it, just everything just communicates greatly into a
Thank
singular,
you.
sweet and spooky YouTube channel. So yeah, I applaud you both for that.
Thank you, Cheyenne. That means a lot. And thank you, Dee,
I
for
had
this
a
very
really great
sweet
time.
message.
We
Thank
love you, Dee.
We love you, D, for sure.
We
Miss
do.
you.
We love you so much, G. And we miss you.
Yes. Oh, I do also want to highlight Joni as well, who's not here right now.
King, king,
But I
king.
do want to highlight
King.
Joni because he helped me a lot
Mhm.
in being in these patron streams at the beginning and being my partner in table screams. And he's an amazing person. So go follow Joni. We do.
love
We
and
love
miss
D.
Johnny.
We do.
Yes.
Okay, guys, we're at 4 hours and I am tired. And I might go watch Rope now.
Rope.
So
I'm gonna have to take a rest from all the trauma that I talked about tonight. We'll just put on some funny movies to help take my
put
mind
on
off of
some
everything I talked about tonight.
cartoons.
Yeah.
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 For real.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cody. I will still see you guys every other month for Table Screams. Thank you so
Yep,
much.
and I'll be in the chat supporting you guys all the time and the table
Thank
screams.
you.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys. Thanks everyone in the chat for hanging out for so long. Thank you for highlighting your favorite horror movie scenes that affected you. And again, thank you everybody here on the panel. I hope you all have a good night and we will see you next month for a live reading of House of Wax 2005. Come see the baddie I have who's playing Paris Hilton's character. It is not me. It is another horror baddie.
Fellow horror icon.
She is an
It's
icon.
me.
Andy in a Broadway.
All right, you guys have a good night. Love you. Bye.
Love you all. Have a good night.